here we are. So this is another unplanned life and just wandering around Saigon, Ho Chi Minh. Apparently our place was walking distance from a famous business district, and you cannot see it from here, but you got the tallest building on the Saigon where you can see the view and all that kind of stuff. Hi, thanks for coming. You're doing well. Anyways, let me show a little bit around. So this is like a very nice boulevard area, and I just walked here all the way from that direction, and trust me, it doesn't look this way. This is just this one posh district that is how do you say that? Like you can feel that they have expensive schools, and it's for quite rich people. Let's see the water. Okay, well, let's try. Let's see the water. I'll show you. I mean, it's one of the many relatively bigger Saigon rivers. I would say even the branches, and it's alright. Not the cleanest, but like this area is nice, and it's nice to walk around. Oh, there is a pond. Anyways, this is how the modern rich park is supposed to look. And here we are. So this is the tallest building in Saigon. So from that point you have 360 degrees views over the entire city. No, it's not Miami, my look one, but this is Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, Saigon. I thought the guy was yelling at me, but apparently it was just telling his kids don't step on the grass. And you see, it's very nice. Looks very good. You live in Vietnam. We lived here for, this is the 9 months. Oh, look at this. Anyways, we lived here for 9 months, and we're leaving soon. We're leaving on 27th and flying to Kuwait. Interesting. So I'm just wandering around a little bit, and like this park doesn't have coffee shops. They made it as the park. You know, it's not like one of those parks that you have food right on the boulevard and coffee, and which is surprising because in Vietnam they have coffee and coffee shops everywhere, pretty much. Hi everyone. Hi from Poland. Hi. Nice to see you guys. I'm gonna like turn camera back and forth so you can see a little bit of you can experience the park a little bit. It's a nice park, you know, it's a business area, as I said. The site where I came from, it doesn't really look that way. Like here, it's a little bit hard to figure out where that could be. Someone said it's in Miami, and that's fair enough because it could feel like US. But then around 30 minutes walk, I don't even know which direction, but like that direction basically, or any other direction, where whatever this area ends, it's completely different. It's really different experience. There are so many markets, bazaars, open markets and bazaars, and traffic, crazy traffic. Everyone is in the motion. Oh, it's nice. So there are some I don't know how you call that. So you can just sit there and chill. I don't want to walk on the grass, so I'm trying to figure out where the turn starts, so I can just turn around and walk the other side. It's hard to see with those glasses. Like and subscribe. Oh, thank you. But again, I have to take off those glasses. It's a little bit hard to see what people say. How old are you? I'm 25 years old. Hello, Becky. Maybe I should start thinking about WWE. Screw boxing. Just become a professional wrestler. It's quite a park, I can tell you that. Hi, Uzbekistan. Hi, everyone from wherever you come from. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia, originally. It's interesting. Look at this. It's like a little platforms. And I can see the staircase. Can I just go in and go up there? I'm not sure, so. No, it seems like there's no one. Can I enter it? Okay, we have something here, which is obviously in Vietnamese. Observation house regulations. It's in Vietnamese, so I have no idea what's going on. Hello from Chicago. Hi, Chicago. Hi, United States. Okay, but let me see. Okay, that should be fine. Not that tall though, and feels quite stable. In my childhood, I walked and climbed and ended up in such a different situations. You know, mountains, buildings, stuff like that. So it's just a habit almost. Safety, who cares about safety? Okay, all the way top. No, it's fine. Okay, let me show you. Just 1 second. Let me show you a little bit of the view. It actually looks nice. Here's the park. There's another observational platform. There's the other side of the river. And yeah, different sections of the city. Very calming enough. That's nothing, anything special. Just wanted to show you a little bit of view. Like this side looks cool. And of course, a yacht. I told you guys that's a rich area. I bet there quite some rich people live here. And I love this grass area. I can see girls on the grass. That might be for the picnic and just, you know, to chill, get chilling places. And there is another pond. So yeah, we'll walk over there and just see. Okay. Always gotta be more careful on the way down. It's like a hiker's warning to happen on the, not climbing up, but on the way down. So be careful. So originally I just went out to find the gym. I could day membership and do some training. But then ended up all the nearby gyms were expensive, and the more I was expensive, so yeah, I'm not trying not to waste too much money. Kuwait's experience, Kuwait is going to be quite expensive too, so I'm gonna have everything ready. But walking is free. Walking is free, and walking is an exercise, so it's low impact, but it's sustainable. Okay, let me show you this. Just after I see some chat. Hi, West Virginia, and guys, US, it's probably night at yours. Not probably, it's definitely night, like an evening time at yours, or a night. And yeah, don't be surprised, it's not US. Some people are like, how is it like daytime? It looks like US, but it's like it's a bright day. So it's not. It's Vietnam, Saigon. When is your next match? You're talking about my first match in the years. I hope it's gonna be able to do that. I'm gonna be able to do that within the next few months. I'll definitely announce that whenever it happens. But so far it's just preparation, traveling, trying to balance it all out. Okay, but yeah, I just want to switch the angle. This is a nice view, nice route. People laughing over there, so precious. I think I can sit here too. I'd rather go get some coffee. So walk a little bit around, show you a little bit more. And there, as you see, there are places that you can chill and sit. Here on the grass, apparently it's loud. I bet in some days it's full of people picnicking, having a good time. Yeah, it feels nice. Okay, Safa Kingdom, thank you very much for super chat donation for the coffee. Okay, let me just show you my appreciating face. Appreciate it. It's very nice of you. You know, super chat donations is actually live streams, vertical live streams make the most money from the super chat streams, and again, that's completely up to your free will and kindness, and yeah, that's very sweet of you. Thank you very much again, and shout out to you. Okay, this is nice. This is another cool area. A little pond. Yeah, this thing says don't cross, but it's so tempting to do it. Anyways, I'm joking, just messing around a little bit. But there is here you can just sit and just chill in front of the pond. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you. I have no money to send you. I'm sorry, and it's completely fine. Listen, guys, just feel free to be in the chat. I hate asking, like super chat. I'm just mentioning that it's really helpful and it's highly appreciated. But it's like feel free to stay in the chat, watch the live stream. This live stream is not about nothing. It's just me wandering around and just being a tourist, basically. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good, being a tourist. But yeah, what can I say? It's just like chilling. And sometimes people do that, like in the live streams that I don't do much. I just show some things, some areas, since we travel. When I say we, I mean me and my husband, and people who watch me for some time, they know it. People who also watch me for some time, they know that my YouTube channel is pretty much about training and boxing and sprinting and you know, some health and that kind of stuff. But every now and then I just talk, and I tend to talk a lot, so get ready. Well, that's the thing, guys. Everyone uses that kitty to make money, but that's not me. I rather just wander around and train and teach you some boxing and talk about some grandma stuff, like your grandma and some old lady would talk to you about the wisdom and about the, you know, how important it is to respect yourself, respect others, and all that kind of stuff. You know, might be boring, but I rather prefer to do that. Okay, another, so I'm on the bridge. I'm just gonna show you again. Here. It's really nice, guys, and I'll tell you straight away, there are some very nice areas in Saigon, but also, again, when you go some other places, they're like your richer places, poorer places. There are some downtown, there are some like a western area, there are a lot of westerners, there's, so it's not, how to say that, to compare it, for example, with Manila, because in this period, we've been in Manila. We've been in the Makati area, which looked like this pretty much. I think it's here it's better, it's more, it looks better, it feels better. I just like Vietnam more. But in Philippines, it's just like it was, the difference, the segregation was way rougher. Like you would step outside the certain district and you don't recognize it. You don't, the contrast was crazy. When here, it's kind of gradually transits in, and what I like about pretty much all the cities in Vietnam, they are, like you always find a coffee shop, you always find the food, you always find people laughing, enjoying their meal, and usually they do that within the group, so like it's never depressing. It's like I haven't, yeah, there are some homeless people, but I've seen, well, like where I lived in Nha Trang, there was this guy, he was probably a little bit mentally ill, and he was like laughing, like he had not a little bit concerning behavior, but then I realized that he's like a part of the neighborhood, and their like neighbors are just looking after him. So yeah, he was like getting coffee, and he was like you know, talking to these people, and they were talking. So it's like, it wasn't like he's just laying down as a homeless and like, you know, being by himself. Like that's one thing I really do like about Vietnam. Even if you're completely broke, you're still gonna find the food. You're still gonna find some coffee to drink. That I pretty much can guarantee you. Okay, again, hi, new people. Thank you very much for being here. You look like a Becky Lynch from WWE. I don't know, guys. I have no idea why I'm being told. Like, I don't think I look like her. Maybe just because the ginger hair and that kind of stuff. But like, if you put my picture next to the Becky Lynch picture, apart from a little bit of wipe and that we both have big shoulders. Thank you. When we both have big shoulders and stuff, I don't really think that we look like that much. Okay, 1 second. Even in the richer district, you gotta be careful when you cross the road in Vietnam. Okay, nice. You're French? No, I'm Georgian. Sakartvelo. If you know, okay, I'll tell you some famous Georgians. Obviously, Merab Dvalishvili and Ilya Topuria from UFC, Kvicha Kvaratskhelia, football, Georgi Mamardashvili, also football, the goalkeeper, one of the best ones at this point. Ooh, that's interesting. And Levan Saginashvili, Georgian Hulk, the arm wrestler. Eterli Parteliani, a female, like a gold medalist, judoka, and Olympian. Yeah, I think she was Olympian. Anyways, there are quite some Georgians, so it's the same country. I sound very proud, like every Georgian. You know, we're such a small country. For us, if someone is getting up there, and especially doing something good, and getting famous, we're always proudly mentioning about it. Okay, let me show you this a little bit. Just give me a second. So, another cool area. So now I'm not in the park, like I crossed the road, but it's still, as I said, it's a business district. So you have a lot of geometrical, minimalistic. How you call that? Ponds and structures, decorations, and it just looks posh. And I don't know, is it a market here? Is the people organizing? In Vietnam, pretty much everywhere, there's quite a common thing, like outdoor markets like this. And it's cool. And they're different, you know, sometimes it's just the outdoor buffet. And sometimes it's just... Hold up, I need to reset the comments because I think it froze and it happens sometimes. Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, now I can see. Okay, Georgian, but you're not as beautiful as other Eastern European women. Yeah, I guess so. Some of the Eastern European women are very beautiful. I guess I'm just an average. That's why I went doing boxing. You know, you gotta do something with your life when you don't have those looks. Yeah, I think they're organizing one of those outdoor markets, and it's usually a mix of, they sell clothes, they sell food, of course, food, coffee. Oh, Circle K. Circle K is like a chain of the supermarkets here, and they work 24/7. Very convenient. I just want to find a coffee shop though, and I think I found one. Okay. Okay, someone says I look like a Scarlett Johansson, and again, another thing. It's a compliment, definitely, but I think she was, Scarlett was beautiful when she was, like, especially at her prime, when she was, like, younger, in her 20s. She was very beautiful, to me, at least. You beautiful, don't believe the BS. It's not believing or something. I don't really care. I really genuinely stopped, how to say that? The more I grow up, the more I get older, and I'm not like old, I'm 25, that's not old, but the more I get older, the more I start understanding that looks fade, and industries where you heavily rely on your looks, like modeling, acting, sometimes it's talent, but like a lot of industries where your looks give you an advantage, and not only an advantage, that's the only thing, like that's the main thing you have. And if that is taken away from you, if you're getting older, like I see people having this horrible breakdowns and like changing their faces just to try to keep looking younger, because to satisfy that standard. I rather live simple, get older naturally. Well, all I can do is sleep well, eat well, train well, avoid to have a good defense in boxing so I don't get hit too much in my face. Yeah, that's it. And be kind, be respectful, be peaceful and calm, and have that inner peace that is one of the most precious things you can have. Now you start looking at life completely differently when you're at peace with yourself. I'm Georgian, not Russian, but I have some Slavic roots for sure. Some people just have a face for radio. Well, it's not about having a face for a radio, it's having a voice for the radio. Like some people have such great voices, like that is, I don't know how to say that. I love hearing people's voices, and voices like a certain type of voice. It really makes me like person more. So I think, apart from their looks, this is another thing is how they sound, how they talk, what kind of voice they have. That plays a big role. I really do believe that appearance, just the raw appearance on its own, is just like a one piece of puzzle. It's a big one, quite big and important one, but then you have so many others, and that creates the whole aura around you, a certain energy that tends to attract people or make people dislike you. But well, let me just. Okay, this seems like a Renam. I definitely prefer something outdoor, that's for sure. And yeah, there is this little place there. Let me show you like this. There. I'm gonna go there, and oh, what we have an underground level. I feel like a peasant here. I'm like, oh my god, there is escalator going down, and it's like a mall down there. Cool. Though I'll tell you honestly, I prefer smaller cities with more nature, with tighter neighborhood, with calmer lifestyle. I like to have this drive. The places where, you know, like you have to strive and work and compete with others at times, but mostly I prefer just a quiet, nice lifestyle. Okay, let me see. I'll show you the menu. Oh, sorry. I'm not even sure if I'm hungry. And it says 250,000. That's actually not, like, according to US and Europe, for example, that's not really expensive. For Georgia, it's a little higher prices. So in Saigon, some areas it's more expensive than in Tbilisi, for example. But 250,000 Vietnamese dong is around, okay, it's around 25 gel, and 25 gel is approximately $8. So you see, they have quite a pretty much healthy food options. I'm just showing you food, but I'm not really hungry. I'm probably gonna go for a coffee or a soft drink. Ice cream, they love, I think it's avocado, but they love things that make the food green, like matcha, for example, and avocado. They have a lot of foods and desserts colored that way. I just want to see coffee, and they have fresh coconuts. I love fresh coconuts. Guys, I cannot swim in those places, and I definitely not, even if I could, I would not at this point. Okay. It's a smoothie, refreshments, fruit juices. Okay, let's see. Orange passion fruit juice is cool, really tastes good. I like watermelon juice. It feels the lightest. But it's quite expensive, I can tell you that. Again, like in some areas that will be definitely less price. So I'm just thinking to walk a little bit more and check some other places. Maybe I find something nice on my way. Get a coffee. I will get a coffee, but again, well, the best thing about Vietnam is if you go for the cheap place, like with the authentic Vietnamese coffee, like salt coffee, coconut coffee, and all that kind of stuff, it's way better than those posh places. I can guarantee you that because I tried. I've been in more expensive places, I've been in cheaper places, moderate price places, and very often the cheapest options are the best. It's another cool thing about Vietnam. You had your coffee, good. Think coffee. I'm not necessarily, oh, I need to get coffee in the morning person, or otherwise I'll kill someone. I'm not that person, but I do love coffee, and especially after a long walk, you know, walking and exploring. Ooh la la, hold up, I gotta show you that tallest building from, like, I just realized I'm right at the bottom of it. So this is the tallest skyscraper in Saigon. So from here, I think you pay a certain price to have that panoramic view, and yeah, you can get there, and you know. Yeah, sorry guys, connection cut off for a second. My name is Diana. Diana or Diana. In Russian and Georgian it's Diana. In English I prefer Diana. Some people call me Diane. Some people call me Di. And I'm pretty much don't like it's okay. But now I'm gonna walk outside, so I'm gonna just follow the road, and I'm gonna leave this district. And I want to show you some other parts too. The area where I'm living, and this entire walking area, like it's pretty much safe. It's not, but you gotta be careful with the petty crime and stuff. Like this is the daytime now, and I'm walking on the main roads, and I'm keeping my phone and the stabilizer like kind of on the side, so no one can snatch it. But it can happen in big cities that just all of a sudden they back snatch you or phone snatch you, and just gotta be careful with it, guys. Oh, it's Monday, that's right. Yeah, anyways, just and I want a good coffee, you know. I don't want to just sit and have something that, you know, is not something that I want. I pretty much know what I want. The ideal case is when I get a coffee and also get a coconut. Some places they have fresh coconuts, and it is a great combination. Can you go swimming? Not here. Like there are some rivers and some ponds and little lakes that, trust me, you don't want to get there unless you want to grow a tail or something. And Saigon, actually, it's not very far from the coast, but it's not a coastal city. And I think it's due to its river connections. Hold up, let me see something. So there's another place that says bakery and coffee. I just want to see approximate prices. No, overpriced. I hate paying way too much. I think even if I get rich, like a reacher, obviously. I mean, we can afford traveling, that's for sure. But you know, even if I get like quite wealthy, I think I'm just still gonna hate overpaying for stuff. I would still rather go to cheaper places, and it has that charm, you know. It could go a tail. What kind? Well, like one of the lakes I passed, for example, it was black. I'm not kidding. It was literally black. And it's like, you know, have you seen that in the movies that it's like a black water, and it's like not even black water, it's like a black slime, and it's like almost boiling, like that kind of vibe. And it's like the smell was quite harsh. That's not the place you want to have a swim. Are you in District 1? I'm not sure. I don't think that. No, it's not the District 1. It's other part. It's not very far though. I think it's like a 3-4 kilometers away. And to me, that is a walking distance. Does the hotel have a hot tub? No, we're having a little studio apartment. So in our hotel, there is no pool. Do you bargain? That's another thing. I don't really like bargaining, but I like finding cheap places. Like I like thrift stores. I like just naturally cheaper places when I'm like, oh, that's cheap, let me get it. Like not like, especially when it's a cheap place, I feel like I don't want to bargain because it's, how to say that, like it's already so cheap and that person tries to make it work and sell it and make some money on it. So I don't mind paying it, you know what I mean? So I don't really like bargaining. And in the malls and in this, like expensive shops, well, you can't bargain. That would be stupid, right? So yeah, I don't really like bargaining, but I like finding cheap shops, cheap vintage stores, all that kind of stuff. Is there any jails or there or not? Probably yes, but not like in the center. Not doesn't seem like being here. I think it's probably a little bit more outside. Wow, no, you're right. I wouldn't go for a swim there either. Well, in the Chang, for example, where we spent most of our time, and well, that was pretty much the town we lived in all this month. It was beautiful. The coast was, the water is turquoise, and it was quite shallow, so it was safe to swim. You know, like nothing dangerous there. And I was like, I already miss it. I'll be honest. And I'm looking forward to, after a lot of traveling, a lot of working and social networking all around the world, I hope we get back to our little Nha Trang one day. I'm trying to stand properly against the wind so my hair is not getting all messy. Where's this place? Well, this is Saigon, Vietnam. I'm in the business district. Let me just show you. So, you know, it looks. Look, you could easily say that it's like from whatever in the world, but yeah, then you see this flag, and yeah, that's a little pointer. Hello from New Zealand. Hi. Hi. Hello, strong and beautiful. Hi. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so let me show you this Highlands coffee. This is a big chain. It's almost like a Starbucks, like for years. And they have Starbucks here too. But yeah, Highlands is, and they have always a reasonable prices. So let me just see. They have also very strong coffee. Hello. So yeah, they have some desserts. Let me see. They have teas. That's Tra is a tea, yeah? Espresso. So yeah, it's reasonable prices, but I'm not sure if I want it. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's not a day for Highlands today. Genuinely. Also, I have a little story with it. So once, that was stupid, but once I decided I want a coffee at night. Like, it was 5 p.m. So it was evening technically. And I was like, yeah, I gotta drink coffee. I really want it. And then I was like crazy heart palpitations. I thought I was having a heart attack, and I couldn't calm down for a little bit less than 12 hours. And usually I can't tolerate. I used to tolerate coffee way better before, and well, now it's all right. But Vietnamese coffee, man, it's something else. Okay, what do we have here? It's like juices. Apple, orange, carrot, I can see from here. And apple, guava, pineapple. I love guava juice. I'm thinking they have just guava. Oh, but it's also like a little shop, so I cannot sit there. Okay, yeah, let's just keep going. You're Irish? No, I'm Georgian. From Sakartvelo, Tbilisi. Very regional, you and everyone else. Yeah, I mean, Vietnamese people are very interesting people. They seem like, I don't know how to say that. It just feels, they just mind their business and they're very hardworking, but at the same time they're lazy. Like a lot of people say, when I say lazy, meaning that like they do their job good enough, but they also appreciate the rest. So they have afternoon breaks, and on the afternoon breaks, so many places are closed. Around from 12 p.m. till 3, or like let's say from 2 to 3. It depends. You know, some places have like a quite significant like long break. Some places hour and a half basically in average. And those afternoon breaks, people are there. I think they take a nap, take a lunch, and they close places. Once I went to the gym, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, we're closed. You gotta wait till 3." And I was like, "Okay, I will." But yeah, I like it about it. You know, they balance between the work life and their family and friends and their personal life. So I think that's should be encouraged. And San Diego, oh, that's cool. I'm from Georgia, but not the state, the country in the Caucasus region. Sending love and support from Gina Block. Okay, thank you very much. We all need breaks. We are human. We break eventually. Yeah, that's true. You know, just gonna mention it. Even when it comes to sports, like now I want to start professional boxing record, but I want to be smart about it. It's not like that's the only thing I do in my life and that's the only thing I want to do in my life. It's more like a part of a bigger plan. And to me, it feels like I talk quite a lot about balancing the efficient high-level physical preparation, but also put it into a longevity perspective. Because guys, so many athletes, due to wrong training and due to this attitude that they have to go crazy, they have to work, and well, there is essentially no room for recovery for physical and mental. Essentially, the body starts falling apart, and it falls apart not like in the later years necessarily. It starts falling apart at the peak. So when the the person is supposed to peak in their performance, they start falling apart, and that's sad. So yeah, I mean, we all need to take breaks. We all need to recover and eventually get back stronger. This is how our body is wired and how it's functioning. This is why when I was doing more sprinting training, my friend was helping me and he told me a very cool thing. When you sprint, like you sprint and you rest, like cheetahs do. Cheetahs sprint when it's necessary, when they need it, and they're very good at it, and then they rest. Let's be like cheetahs. Hi to Pakistan. Why would a beautiful woman like yourself would want to spend the best years of fighting? As I said, it's not fighting, boxing. I'm not planning to do mixed martial arts. That's important, this difference. I'm also a lightweight. Like I would be like a flyweight, maybe even minimal weight. So that is more, it is a technique. Like my goal is to develop and work on the technique and stamina, endurance, and performance that is like, you know, something interesting. And me and my husband working on our brand, we're growing this YouTube channel. Well, I'm the face of the channel, but we do the work together. Okay, I think I went the wrong way. I have to go the other side. But anyways, and I also create art. I'm an artist, so at some point I'm gonna do more of the art and hopefully be able to sell it. I like music, so you know, my husband likes to say that, you know, when we started with set up things, we're gonna make you a music production studio, you know, and he's my biggest supporter, and I'm the biggest supporter of his. But the point is, it's not like, oh, I want to be a fighter. That's my like the only dream. No, it's more like a part of the plan. There's certain things I want to do. The reason why I want to do some competitive years, and it doesn't. I'm not really looking forward to necessarily go too hard on it. I rather do that smart and do execute what I have in my mind. Obviously, I can make money if it goes well. My channel is big enough by that time. You know, it's boxing is a money, so you never say no to the money. When it comes to trying to make as much money as possible, but also not in those weird ways, you know what I mean, probably, and build up the things. And that's what we are doing pretty much, you know, it's just looking long term at it. So for me, that would be just a phase. And one of the reasons, as I said, getting back to the point, one of the reasons is when I did amateur boxing, like, I was vegetarian. I didn't know what is nutrition. I didn't know anything. My coaches didn't know pretty much. I didn't have a proper someone who would be by my side as well. And as I said, I didn't have knowledge, understanding, experience in many things. And now I feel that there's like I at my best shape, at my peak performance. Like I really am. My footwork is better, at least comparing to what I was in my younger years, actual amateur competitive years. I'm way better now. And why wouldn't I fulfill it? Why wouldn't I try at least? I think you can always stop if you don't like it. You can always change the plan. There's no problem with that. But yeah, I hope I responded to that question. So why would I spend the best years? I'm spending my best years for so much cool stuff. So this would be just a part of it, you know what I mean? Were you at Spain? It's Vietnam, Saigon. So how many fights have you had so far? So my amateur record is less than 5 fights, and like someone asked how many wins, and I'll tell you, there were recorded 3 wins, 2 of them on nationals. One was on the sparring, but on the competition. They didn't let me on the competition, but they still wrote it down in my IBA document. We had like IBA passports. And then 2 losses against, like, obviously way more experienced and stronger women boxers. And then I had quite a lot of open ring boxing match experiences. I think that shaped me more. And then when I retired, when I stopped doing that like competitive, I still like to do like a sparring partner. Like I helped some of my friends and some of my friends who are coaches to train their girls, and I would just do a sparring partner, sparring with them. But that's last time I did sparring was like I think 2 years ago, like a proper sparring. So now I'm at the stage. A few months ago I decided to, you know what, why wouldn't I focus on boxing? Why wouldn't I try it? Essentially, it just takes a few rounds on the ring, you know? And before that, you just need to start getting ready to be ready. So I started training to get ready, to be ready. And I talk quite a lot about it on my YouTube. I share basically everything, every detail. I'm sharing the journey, I'm sharing the importance of the endurance and footwork as the first thing to me. Then obviously how to develop a power punch and speed, how to find the timing, but it's also like, again, I'm trying to show that like how I do it as well, you know. It's nothing, yes, I'm a coach and I have a coaching experience with people, but on my channel I don't want to be one of those coaches who is like, oh, you gotta do this. I'm more like sharing and showing what I do, why I do it, as the shorter boxer, for example, with a shorter reach, which techniques I like, which combinations work for me. For example, why I started training, like switching stances, all that kind of stuff. And I think it's fun. I mean, I genuinely just enjoy doing it. And before, I had that problem. I was too overwhelmed. I was too stressed about, oh, how can I do it? You know, like there's so much. Now I'm just having fun doing it, you guys. You're welcome. Okay, but now I'll just show you. I'm the outside of the business district. So this is how it looks. And here now it starts the other part. And it's way more culturally, how to say that, like Vietnamese. It's like a mix of everything. Obviously, you have some other very cool areas too. It's not the only business district. I mean, it looks like the only, like a solid business district, but there are many other cool places too. Okay, so now I gotta cross freaking road, and that is a little bit a tricky thing, man. And they cross it because they don't have a sidewalk, so this is the best area to cross now, because it's not gonna be, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that in other place. So yeah, let's look at the traffic. Gonna try to see it's not too crazy. You know, sometimes you have those gaps where you just easily cross the road, but you gotta catch the moments, you know what I mean? Okay? See? That's the first part. And the second one. Okay, gotta cross it here. Okay? And with the scooters, just walk slowly. Yeah. Like this. Okay. Okay, I'm safe. Don't worry, guys. Again, I don't necessarily tell you to do the same. Whenever there is a zebra and like a proper sidewalk, I always do that. But after 9 months living in Vietnam, like you just kind of get used to that timing. And I'm also the person who refuses to ride a scooter here. A lot of people were telling me, oh, you gotta start riding a scooter, it's so awesome, like you gotta do that in Vietnam. No, thank you. I know so many people who broke their legs. I know some people who died. I mean, I don't know them personally, but I know some people who knew some people who died on the road in Vietnam on the scooter. Thank you. No, I'd rather take a scooter Grab, which is, I mean, somehow I trust Vietnamese drivers when it comes to the scooters because they just know the timing. They know it quite well and they don't drive very, very crazy. Like they slow down when it's needed, they honk when it's needed, and it's like kind of, I feel safer. And car, obviously, the Uber and walking, that works well. I mean, thank you, no scooters. But when you walk a lot, you kind of adapt to that thing, just crossing the roads properly without being hit by the transport. This is crazy, asking for trouble. Well, you gotta come to the countries like Vietnam. As much as it's functioning in its own way and it's also cool and set up, but there are certain things that you just adapt to. It's like I'm not even joking. I was scared to cross roads here in the beginning, but then I was told how to do it. And in the Saigon, that's a little bit more tricky, though. They slow down. When they see you just slowly walking kind of thing, obviously not on the highway. On the highway, you gotta be faster, but on just a regular road, you walk slowly and they kind of let you pass, and scooters just ride around you. In Georgia, for example, I find Georgian drivers way more aggressive and way more inconsiderate comparing to Vietnamese. Take it as the way you want, but I'm telling you from my experience. Because at least, even though their traffic is crazy, it's like an organized chaos. And they definitely don't have that urge to hit you necessarily. The craziest riders I saw were foreigners or Russians, for example, because they were overspeeding, going like a higher pace than the traffic pace, for example. Vietnamese mostly don't do that. Okay, a little break. You're going to be robbed there. Yeah, don't worry. In this area, I'm not gonna get robbed. And that's another reason why I wear this, like this, not on my back, not on my side. So it just, no one tries to backsnatch me on the scooter. But like again, it's good to be self-aware and be careful and maybe a little bit paranoid as well. But I'm telling you guys, when you start adapting to the place and you understand their rules, understand where you should go, where you shouldn't go, or sometimes there are places you should go at daytime, but you better not go at the nighttime. And yeah, it's pretty much all good. I find genuinely, like mostly Vietnamese people very helpful, very kind. Yeah, it's though you gotta be careful with the petty crime and all that kind of stuff. Like right now there's so many people, there is like an action going on, and it's not like Saigon is not like a Philippines, for example. Saigon is not like a Mexico, according to some of my friends, where it just can happen. People are quite civil when it comes to, you know, they don't do that in the daytime, especially in the areas, like the central areas like this. And it might look that I'm somewhere in the slums, but look at this. It's not a slum area. It's one of the central areas too, but now it's more like a mix with the, you see, coconuts. Vietnamese just chilling, doing their own stuff. Vietnamese flag. So yeah, this area is just way more full of the, like it's a mix between the tall buildings and like eating and drinking areas like this. Have you ever gotten concussions or mild concussions from your fights or sparring sessions? No, not really. Because I didn't have, as I said, official fights. There was like a full-on 5 fights. It was pretty much fine. It's also, in women, I think it's a little bit less than in men due to just, you know, heavy punches. And the lighter weight it is, the, you know, a little bit better it is too. And then well, somehow I was not bad at, how to say that, slipping punches. My defense was quite on point. I was struggling on the offense, but my defense was like, okay. So I wasn't getting hit that much in my face, fortunately. Now I'm just trying to get better at offense and still maintain the defensive skills too. It's Vietnam. It's called the limiter. Are you on a skateboard or is one like shorter? Okay, that was funny. I think it's just my stabilizer. The gimbal is a little bit, how to say that? It's a little bit shifted, because I wrecked that thing. I used it quite a lot for more than 2 years now, and I've been carrying it pretty much everywhere. And yeah, maybe that is the reason. I have both legs pretty much fine, but it was a funny one. Now I'm close to the area where we stay, and I wanna try to find this coffee shop on the memory. I have quite a good memory when it comes to locations. Usually, you know, in the couples between me and my husband, like men are the navigators and women like turn off their brain and they're like, oh, I follow you. Like in my case, I'm the navigator. I love finding ways, and I love following maps, and I love memorizing streets, and I like to exercise that too. You know, sometimes, like I used to. Let me just show you something actually. Oh, that's cool. Somehow it's a cool street. Yeah, so a lot of Vietnamese flats, and you have a bridge over the top. But anyways, yeah, I even like to exercise this thing when I just try I use the Google map once for the certain route, and then when we have to go there again, I just do it on my memory, you know, remembering certain points and locations. I think it's quite fun. Okay, got to cross here. Okay, so those narrow streets are easier to cross. Again, highways are the worst. Let me show the business district view from here. So look at this. Boom. So now you see like one of the Vietnamese buildings, and obviously you have a coffee place. And yeah, this is how it looks. A second. Let me just reset the comments, the chat. Oh yeah, again, sometimes it just, for some reason, sometimes it just stops updating unless I do it myself. Can you box Philly shell style? Philly shell is one of my least favorites ones, not on the other boxes, but for me, I'm not really a fan. Okay, but let me just go. There's this one coffee shop that I really want to show you guys. It's like, you know, when my parents and my grandma was telling me about the Soviet Union cafes, how as a student they would go there, that kind of stuff. It's 24-hour coffee shop place, and it has that vibe. Like, it also has some cool decoration, so it's like, but it feels old, you know. It feels like it really. I think it is old as well, and it feels very Soviet. So, yeah, I think that is a good place to go. And now I'm gonna just remember. I have to remember where's the location. So I need to walk around a little bit. I think it's like a 20-minute walk away, but should be fine. Are you a traveler? When people ask me what am I, if you look at my YouTube, some live streams say that I'm a boxer, I train boxing, some sprinting, some just motivational talks and, you know, mental health topics and that kind of stuff. General fitness and health and diet, like we talk about things like that too. And traveling is part of it. Like me and my husband also travel quite a lot lately. We've been traveling in Vietnam, lived in Vietnam, and traveled a little bit around. Now in Saigon, having our last days here in Vietnam for quite some time now. Don't know when we're gonna be here, back here. And also going to Kuwait. So I just try to do different stuff. Like I try to live stream pretty much consistently because it helps to grow my channel, and I look at it as my job sort of. Okay, now we're going in the narrow Vietnamese streets, and I love them. They're narrow, like little neighborhoods. I just want to show you a little bit like this. So, look at this. This is my favorite areas in Vietnam. When just walk through those little streets and okay, let me remember. Going here. As I said, I just follow my memory now and just think, okay, that's supposed to be right turn. And those are like neighborhoods. People in those smaller areas, they really do know each other, like friends as the families, and I think that's quite cool. Are you a fighter queen? Oh, gotta be careful. I'm a boxer, hopefully a competitive one in the next within the next few months. Okay, yeah, I remember the street, so it's the right direction. It's a barber shop. So they always have the reason why from the first glance it might feel odd, but if you really look closer, even in those not calmer areas, how to say that, not poor also, but like just authentic Vietnamese areas, they have a lot of food. They make coffee. They have some little, places that they offer some services like massage and barbershops, and it's just refreshing. Like to me, when I have areas like this, when it's alive, when action is happening, it doesn't matter how it looks necessarily. I feel quite refreshed. Okay, but now going this direction. Okay, careful. Yeah, you enter the neighborhoods. Yeah, I mean, I really do love walking through neighborhoods, and people are so chill. As I said, no one's gonna run to you, try to take your bag and wallet, unless, I don't know, maybe you go very poor areas, which I never been at. I never seen with my eyes like this. Probably there are some, but the higher is the hunger and desperation in people, the more petty crime happens. So yeah, just basically, like in these areas, people just mind their business. They do stuff. Hello. Like you see, it's a salon, for example. They make themselves pretty, then they go eat, and this is spa. So it's I really do like Vietnam. Okay, now I'm trying to remember the right turn to the right. Okay, what are your thoughts? I'll stop for a second. What are your thoughts? Hold up, let me put the camera. Okay, one more time. What are the thoughts on going 30 seconds as hard as fast you can on the punching bag, or shadowing on this, then 30 seconds, the rest, then repeat? That's called burnout, and it's a very good exercise for the boxing endurance. You can always increase intervals. You can do 20 to 20, you can do 20 to 40, you can do 30 to minute, 30 to 30, 10-second burnout, and the minute. No, it's on the boxing bag. That's a little bit too light. Okay, let me just think. I think there's one more turn. But yeah, that's any type of interval burnout in the boxing is good. I'm a boxer. I don't do kickboxing on its own. And okay, I think I missed the turn, so that was the. Just 1 second, let me fix this thing. Okay, so that was this other turn. I felt it was like the right one, but sometimes you get confused in those streets. But it's pretty much, it's like areas that no matter what you go, except the dead ends, you will end up somewhere. Go to a safe place. It's pretty much okay. Again, it's might not look one of the it's just a neighborhood. It's just a Vietnamese neighborhood. The only safety concerns could be here at this moment now in the daytime with scooters driving, and they sometimes honk, and sometimes you kind of get, like, I try to walk the right angle so they don't get so yeah, we don't end up in the accident. Otherwise it's pretty much all right. Okay, another turn. I have videos, I have live streams, they're all recorded, and you can go and just check it out. Yeah. Yeah, it's Vietnam, Saigon. But as I said, I was in the business district now, and this is the area because close. This is where I live. For me and my husband are staying like around 7 minutes away from here, and I'm going to one specific coffee shop that I want to show you. But yeah, also on this way, our friend lives here, and like I know this area quite well. Again, it's pretty much safe. Maybe at night, not the best idea to walk alone, but they're also like at night, it feels like everyone is sleeping. It's not like, gangs are in the middle of the street operating or something like that. Not really. It's just people go to bed. It's just so quiet at night. But it's still, at night it's better to walk together with someone at least. Okay, so this is bazaar now. Just speaking of the areas. They have flats everywhere, yeah. So this is the open market areas, and I mean today it's because it's Monday, I don't know. Well, Monday is technically a working day, but it's quite empty. Like the other day, it was so crazy, full of stuff. Obviously, have some meat. Like this is where you, like, we never buy meat on the open markets because it's just always a risk to get sick. And some other day, they literally had something that I saw first time ever was the, one second, a beheaded frogs jumping in this box. I mean, that was a little bit of shock because I've seen stuff, but there I was a little bit confused. I was like, wait a minute, those are frogs. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, they don't have heads. So I never knew that frogs are same as chickens. If you behead them, they still continue like jumping around and twitching. No, it's Vietnam, Saigon, Ho Chi Minh. Oh, there's some fish area, another meat area. As much as they eat dogs, like not everyone, I can tell you that, but they also own pets, dogs, cats as the pets. So it's quite interesting to see. I thought before coming, I found out that Vietnamese eat dog and cat meat, and I was like, okay, that would be maybe a little bit hard to adjust to. But then, like in Nha Trang, for example, where we lived most of the time, such a big pet culture. The dogs, the most popular dog breed was poodles, And they're so funny. They are like acquainted to scooters, so just hop on the scooter with their owner and they just ride. And I even saw this one little poodle with a helmet, like a little tiny helmet. So it was. So my perception of it changed. I think it still goes on, and I know that some people who do that, who cook dog and cat meat, they sometimes steal the pets. So in some areas you gotta be careful if you have pets, so they are not stolen or kidnapped basically for the cooking purposes. But as I noticed, it's not happening that much openly anymore. Because 9 months in Vietnam, it's like going to different markets, checking different areas. Like it ended up to be quite different from what I expected to be, which is good. I mean, I was happy to see Vietnamese people, especially young kids. I mean, teenagers and young people, but also quite a lot of older people as well, having those little dogs and cats as their little pets. Hi Rebecca, this is our moderator, and she says, don't forget like and subscribe. Thank you very much, and I hope you're doing well. When you're training boxing alone, you can defend yourself in the streets, or not, lady. Well, on the streets it's a little bit tricky. It's good to know train different sports, but boxing is maybe one other thing. I think you need to be quite high level to be able to use it as a self-defense. I think BJJ is better, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, when it comes to the really narrow situations. But when it comes to just a street situation, you gotta, how to say that, you gotta just use the, if you can carry gun, mace, run fast, avoid situation like now, the streets. I wouldn't walk, despite me being a boxer, whatever people say, and whatever people think I am. I never walk sketchy streets at night alone. Like open streets, when I see that people are still there, they're having dinner, drinking coffee, like Vietnamese like to do that in the 3 a.m. in the morning. That's not a problem. If I need to go to pharmacy or anything like that. But if it's in areas that it's real sketchy, I never do that. And that is one of the reasons why it never happened to me that I would openly, I never was openly attacked like this, you know what I mean? Because the predators, they always want to catch you in a vulnerable position, a vulnerable environment where you cannot ask for help, other people cannot intervene, all that kind of stuff. So when it comes to self-defense, it's much more than just being able to throw punches. You gotta be smart about it. You gotta be environmentally aware. Like for example now even. Yeah, it's daytime, but I'm not having my hands on the scooter side. Like if I put my gimbal in this side, I kind of ask for it that someone sorry for my French, just snatches it from me. So I carry it on the inner side. I carry my backpack like this. And I just kind of, keep it all together. By the way, we're close to the place. Also, I'm talking when I'm alone. This is how I think about things. But my husband is my bodyguard. Like when I walk together with my husband, he's a big, scary-looking guy. And yeah, that creates an even safer environment for both of us. I'm in Vietnam, that's true. Oh, sorry. And I'm quite close. I'm gonna be soon there. Oh yeah, here. That's good. Huh? That puppy doesn't really like me. Oh. Yeah, that puppy doesn't really like me. Go away. Go away. Go away. Like last time I came, first time I came here, usually dogs don't have problem with me, but because I don't look Vietnamese, I think, or something like that. Yeah, they didn't really, they didn't really like me. Hello, xin chào. Can I have just a black milk tea?
Yes.
And do you have just ice?
Nice.
Yeah, like a glass of ice so I can put water. Yeah, thank you very much.
Which size do you have?
Which size? Small one.
Yes.
Okay, let me just show you. Can I show you a little bit? So I'm just live streaming. It's a very cool place. I'll show you the cafe in a bit. Can I pay with card? Yeah, please. Well, look at this. It's a very cool and authentic place with the floors. Like when I show you a little bit more floors, you're gonna feel that it's. Yeah, here. Let's see if it works this way. Yeah, worked good. Okay, so they're gonna give me a beeping thing, and I'm just gonna. And yeah, I ordered black milk tea, and it was so good here, really delicious. I was going for a coffee, but honestly, I will always pick a milk tea over a coffee. I'm a tea girl. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's choose the place to sit. There are quite a lot of. Let me just show you a little bit, okay, from the entrance. So this is entrance, and that seems to be like a lot of students just studying, working, hanging out, and those floors is something that in some areas in Georgia, in some places outside of Tbilisi, of course, they still have floors like this, and it really reminded me of that experience. And I've been told that this is pretty much how I imagined those cafes and places. Oh, guess who's that? Yeah, if you want to get that Soviet vibe, I think that's a cool cafe to visit. Mirror. I love when Red chats about motivation and challenge. She's really wise. I do martial arts too, so I look forward to the journey, Red. Hey, Polybok, thank you very much. It's very sweet of you. I mean, we in the community, the fighting community, I think this is what we do. We just motivate each other. I think that's great. If we're walking and we see a shady guy coming, what should we do? Well, if we really establish that it's a threat, I need to go down. Okay, I'll show you the second floor in a second. Well, it's actually interesting. That happened to my friend. She's not even a fighter. Someone was clearly following her at night in Tbilisi, which doesn't happen that often, but it happens in some areas. Yeah, thank you. I have this. Okay, good. Thank you. And basically, we got my milk tea. Basically, she was scared to death, and then she remembered. Okay, she remembered this video where, someone said that act like a crazy person. You know, like don't, because what they see, they see a target, they see a person, a vulnerability. You know, something that is easy to abuse or something like that, right? So acting crazy can help. And she would just remember that she's in this situation. She turns around, she starts swearing and yelling and screaming like in Georgian. And like, I'll fuck you up. And she runs after him and he ran away. Again, like as she said, she made sure that he was really following her. It wasn't just the poor guy that she just scared away. Because she was like walking certain directions and he was just constantly following her on a certain distance. So essentially, yeah, she did that and scared them away. A lot of guys who do that, a lot of men who are like stalkers and do that kind of stuff, they are, they're very easily scared too. So I think when you're in that situation where you don't have a choice what to do, act like a crazy person. And if you know how to fight on the top of it, it always can be helpful. But it's also, again, it's a self-defense. Like, if it's possible, try not to end up in those situations. It's not, I'm not blaming, I'm not here for victim blaming or anything like that. I'm here for, for personal safety. And to a certain extent, it's your responsibility too, because you cannot rely on other people. You cannot rely, especially on the bad people that, want to do some bad things to you. The only person you can rely on is yourself, and that becomes a responsibility. I can't read that one out loud, like low S-A-S-S-L, love, but happy birthday. I'm doing well, but okay, let me show you. Okay, so here, this is how it looks. This is the staircase, and this is the other side of cafe. And people just work here and do their stuff. A lot of people. Look, that looks like a telescope. That's cool. It's a little room, and we have we call it plastina. I forgot how it's called in English. And yeah, this area. So I think that's pretty much it. And I just want to find some place where I'm not gonna bother people too much, and where I'm gonna have to. Oh yeah, here I think. It doesn't seem the prettiest. Sorry guys, it's just connection cut off for a second. But so I'm just gonna sit. It doesn't really look that much. You see, they're like, but it feels like I like the vibe. I don't know. There's something about this place. And in this section, there's pretty much no one, so I can show you. So you see, like everyone is out there, and I think I'm not gonna bother anyone. It's me live streaming. And I think that looks all right, especially if I put it properly, so the light comes good on my face. And now I can drink my milk tea and I can talk. And as you can see, I made it safely, safe and sound. I don't think Saigon, especially the central areas and quite busy areas, are dangerous for your life, especially with the petty crime. Just make sure that you have your belongings in the right places, and you just don't carry like if you're logging, you don't carry your phone on the street so someone just snatches it. And yeah, that's I really do love Vietnam. In 9 months being here, I did fall in love with Vietnam, especially in the Chiang City, which is a coastal city, smaller city, and it feels more like you feel part of it. You don't get absorbed with that place. And this is the places where I like to live, ideally. So yeah, essentially, I really want to come back here at some point. Yeah, he was the response. She's from Georgia. I am from Georgia, Sakartvelo, from Tbilisi, originally. This city right now where I am is Saigon, Ho Chi Minh. And I got the milk tea. And this place works 24 hours, so I think it really works for students to do their projects, maybe even spend spend some time overnight. And I don't know, it has the very Soviet vibe to me. This is how I would imagine one of those bigger cafes back then. So, I love their milk tea. Kamarchoba, Kaki Marchus. That's a greeting in Georgian. And someone says, I want to go to Vietnam. Well, you should. Vietnam is one of the most affordable countries in the world, and you're definitely going to enjoy it. It definitely has more to offer than people imagine sometimes. I'm Tom from Western US. That's cool. From which state? If where did boxing wrestle from? I mean, my answer is going to be cliche, but I think Habib and now Hamzat, and yeah, these two have the best wrestling in the UFC, or at least one of the best. And boxing, at the current one, Ilya Topuria, I think he has a very he doesn't just have a MMA striking. He actually uses a solid boxing when he does the upper striking. Red, should I call you Red? Do you have another name you go by for fans to know? Diana, that's my name. My friends like to call me Princess Diana. So yeah, you can call me Diana by my name. Napa Country, California. That's cool. I know some people from California is big, but I know some people from California. Hello, what's about this conversation? Well, you just came in a little bit late here because I was like showing around in the Saigon, starting from the business district, and then on my way back to this place where I wanted to end up specifically. One of the coffee shops that really feels like gives a Soviet Union vibe. And yeah, just now taking a little rest and just engaging into the chat more. Do you know how to do armbar? Yes, I know how to do armbar. You prefer a handsome guy or fighter guy? I don't know. My husband is actually in extreme sports. He used to be in extreme sports. Anyways, I have a husband, so I guess I prefer him. But when it comes to the men, just generally, I think men who is a fighter, who is strong, who gives away that foundation, is more attractive to me than just a pretty face. You look like a Princess Diana, actually. I think she had the beautiful blue eyes, unlike me, and she looked a little bit different. But I'm not even sure, but I might have named after her, because I was asking my mother why Diana once, and it was my father that came up with it, and she already passed away at that time. So I'm not sure if I was named after her or not. I already responded to armbar submission question. Yes, I do. No, I don't do MMA. I'm focusing on boxing. Can you break an arm with an armbar? Just plain, of course, you can break an arm if a person doesn't tap out. Unfortunately, the opponent that quite a lot of cases of the broken arms. Usually people tap, but when it starts being painful, but it can be broken if you don't tap. What's your accent? It's, I don't know, generic English. At least that's what I tried to make it. It's my third language, after Georgian and Russian. Anne Hathaway mixed with Gillian Anderson. I mean, I love Anne Hathaway. I'm not sure who is Gillian Anderson. I'll be honest, so I don't know. Do you ever have a conversation with the old times about USSR life? Not here in Vietnam, because that's their current life, and again, I think they're pretty much comfortable with what is going on, and it's just the way it is. But in Georgia, well, I have my grandma is one of the people who, she was born in the year that when the World War II was ended, in 1945. So 1945 she was born. And after that, it was so much mess. There's like so much events happening in the Soviet areas and the so the Soviet Union and Georgia. And there's so many repressions and restrictions. You know, like she was talking about the contraband, like even clothes. You know, there was like the horrible clothes. So she learned how to make a tailor-made clothes so she looked better. You know, and she could suit herself better. And I'll be honest, she hated it. She always hated it. She was saying that, like deep inside my heart, I always hated it. And she was telling me that they would listen to Beatles that was banned, like when she was young. And it was like, oh, Beatles overseas. It's like sensation. People would hide in the basement to, you know, hang out and listen, so no one would snitch on them, or a police wouldn't hear it, and militia wouldn't hear them, and all that kind of stuff. So this is what is her feedback, and a lot of other people's feedback. But you also meet a lot of other people who they miss Soviet Union because certain things were maybe more available. But I also find that people who are more the people, or my grandma's age people, who are writers and teachers, and they are more like more intelligent. They always wanted more freedom, and they disliked Soviet period for that. And people who just wanted to have basic comfort, even though it was just a bare minimum, and it's hard for them to get it now, they miss that period from their youth. That's what is my observation. Your husband is very like you. Thank you very much. And the rematch, how do you think win Merab or Umar? If Umar doesn't have a better conditioning, against Merab we need a strong conditioning. And ideally also very strong grappling, obviously skill-wise, and strong punches, not just the pretty punches, like Ilya Topuria level of striking. And stamina. You definitely need stamina because that guy just wears you out. And being subjected. Merab is also getting older. He's 35 years old this year, so obviously my hopes is that he retires undefeated, and he just, you know, puts the belt on, vacates it, and retires when he feels that he's not there anymore. But at this point, when his stamina is the best, that's all all professional fighters say that I know who have experience of actual fighting. You need stamina and endurance, otherwise you just become very vulnerable very soon. Many people don't appreciate how easy life is now, relatively speaking. Yeah, despite everything that's going on in the world, what people don't put in the consideration is that we live the best life possible right now, medically, safety-wise. Not everywhere in the world, obviously, but like the Western world, the eastern parts, like some of the, like, you know, Vietnam, for example. Yes, certain things you have to be aware of, but it's pretty much safe. It's safer than it could ever be before, and obviously the Western countries too. But yeah, there are some things happening. But again, certain things happen because governments allow them to happen. Like increased rate of crime. Well, if you just let uncontrolled immigration and certain things like that happening, it always happens that way. There's like the same outcome. But if we just put all of that aside and we just put like, you know, the house, the electricity, the gas, and the access to the food, like access to the internet. Certain things 100 years ago like appendix surgery. You couldn't get the surgery, you would die if you had the appendix fracture. When today it's one of the easiest, no big deal surgeries. So it's not ideal, it's not perfect, but life is easier today, especially for us who are privileged and have opportunity to live safely, travel safely, you know, do our jobs and take care of our families, all that kind of stuff. You're in jail. Yeah, it's fun. It looks like one, but I'll show you. This is a cafe. I just kind of chose this place because it's a little bit more isolated, but it's like one of the Soviet Union vibe cafes here in Saigon, and I really do like it. I'm actually wondering to. Yeah, just give me a second. What's your favorite movie? The Shawshank Redemption, that's how it's called in English, yeah? I think that's one. Yeah, I have a husband. I have a stamina and endurance. Yes, I'm training on my stamina and endurance too. Is gender important fighting or the techniques? Let me respond to that question. When it's the men against women, yes, it's definitely plays the biggest factor. When it's, if we ask about do women learn worse than men technique-wise, I don't think so. I think they're women naturally, we are less explosive, so we need to work twice as hard to be solid at our explosivity and reaction and all that kind of stuff. But like we're talking about like developing good level, look at the gymnasts, like modern gymnastics. And one of the sports that really had a massive transformation for like a female side was gymnastics. If you look 70 years ago, what was the gymnastic discipline? It's like a sport gymnastic. And now you have, like if you compare it now, it's crazy. There's still certain differences between men's and women's gymnastics, certain elements that women do better, and it's included in women's gymnastics, and men definitely do better, and it's included in men's gymnastics. But I'm just saying that women can do backflips, women can sprint, women definitely can fight. So skill set acquirement, I think it's not a very big difference. That means we all can learn, we all can get better and progress, and I think that's amazing. Statistically speaking, like if we talk just pure statistics, I think like the average IQ, like women tend to be more, how to say that, like even in schools, more, I don't want to say obedient, but they more follow the rules, but they do that well. They, they're more accountable, they're more like responsible usually. And guys are more like a mess sometimes at that age. So it's, but when you go like a peak, like a geniuses, the men and women rate is way more men or genius than women. It doesn't mean that cannot be born, a genius cannot be born and raised and developed. But it's just amount-wise, proportionally more men, because men just again tend to follow less rules, and they just but it's also a fraction of the percent. When it comes to the average, men and women are pretty much on the same level IQ wise, and that's, I don't know, look it up by yourself and make your own judgment. You're Slavic. I'm partially Slavic. I'm Georgian, so I have Caucasus blood. But also my mom is half Russian, half Ukrainian, so I definitely have some Slavic roots. What's the topic? Today I was just showing Saigon, and now I'm in this cafe having a ice milk tea. That's it. So now we're just having a conversation. Gender can affect fairness in a weight class, but I always felt if a woman was in my weight class and around my skill, I would feel okay about fighting if they did. That was there. There is some fights. The experiments are done to see if it's actually true. Even smaller guy comparing to a woman, no, at that level, bone density, testosterone levels, muscle density, that promotes just more power, generating more power, doing it faster. You can look at the Lucia Riker, one of the prominent, like one of the best female fighters in the stance, like kickboxing, boxing, Muay Thai. She was very tough. She fought a man. I mean, I think she did it a couple times, I'm not sure. But again, one of her fights in the Muay Thai match, and the guy was not even, he was seeing that when he was punching her, like he was not backing off, but he wasn't going full in because they had to stop the fight because she just could not do anything. And it's not because of the skill learning. Again, technique-wise, women are, in some things, women are even more flexible. Like, you know, doing the split and certain things, women are actually better at the flexibility element. So doing like high kicks, that's why the Taekwondo women do it like beautiful, you know, like you see they do crazy stuff. And it's easier for them to develop the flexibility than for men. But still, like when it comes to the power and force and like, you know, bone and muscle density, testosterone, it's just like, guys, men, you have it, we have it less. And that's why there is a reason why we have the gender classes. And this is how it's supposed to be in sports. But at the same time, when we do sparring sessions with guys, and there's some guy who's not my level when come, let's see, in the boxing, and we do light sparring, like technical sparring, catching, like, you know, boom, boom. There have been many times I outboxed them because the task was not, okay, who knocks out who or who wins by pressing. That was who catches better, who cuts the angles better. And that is a skill set. That is more like a skill set. That's why I love technical sparring, because there you practice a pure skill set that you have. Yeah, I outboxed some guys just because they didn't have that skill set. They didn't train that much. They were just beginners comparing to me. It's completely fine, you know, and it's like nothing, no arrogance about it or anything like that. To me, I'm always happy to help someone who is new, despite to me is a guy or a girl. Like I always see it as my job to, when we do sparrings together as a sparring partner, I want to give them the best out of it. So I always choose the right pace or right speed so they can work, they can open up a little bit and just progress. So yeah. And keep scrolling up, guys. Well, that's the thing. Like again, in a controlled environment, men still win. But the self-defense wise, when there was this guy who decided to rob the UFC fighter, I forgot her name. She kicked his ass. She strangled him, and she called police. So they would come and pick him up. Of course, an elite UFC fighter, especially when some average petty guy does not expect that from her, of course she's going to strangle him. And we have cases like that too. But also it's important to have, it was unexpected momentum. Like for him, he just dropped into a shock once he was already on the ground, probably like submitted or choked out. And choking out, if it doesn't matter how strong you are, if you have a strong BJJ, for example, and you get on the rear naked choke, this is what it takes. You don't need to use your strength that much. So there's certain elements. That's why I like BJJ. I haven't practiced in a while, but I practiced at some point. I love BJJ for women. It is really designed for someone who is physically smaller and weaker, being able to dominate. What's your name? My name is Diana. This is Saigon, Ho Chi Minh. Well, this is Dragon. This is female's face, and this is Kitana. And I have some more tattoos. I'm not getting too much tattoo. I'm not like covered fully in tattoos, but I have a couple big tattoos. I have tattoo here, tattoo there, and yeah, on the side. So I totally have like 5 tattoos. Okay, this is boring. It's okay. You can feel free to scroll and watch something else. Yes, I'm married. You're cute, but you're too masculine. Everything is relative. I actually feel that I'm at my most feminine era. I'm very glad, like, you know, a lot of healing, a lot of like motherly energy, a lot of nurturing. And that's thanks to my husband. That started unfolding throughout our relationship. But at the same time, it's relative speaking to me, to him, for example, to my husband. He's a big, strong guy. Comparing to him, I'm a Cinderella, like I'm like a little Tinkerbell. So, you know, it's just all relative speaking. Ilya is docking Arman. Well, Arman definitely docked Islam. Though I agree, Ilya shouldn't have said that, oh, I would put the belt, I wouldn't fight him. I just think he doesn't want to fight him because he doesn't deserve it at this point. But what would make sense, Ilya versus Geiji and Arman versus Pimplet, maybe. There's some talks about it. And whoever finds between, who wins between Arman and Pimplet faces Ilya. I think that's fair. Because Arman literally just wasted his title shot rematch opportunity, and now he's like walking around talking shit about different fighters. Not very good move. Are you the female fighter? Boxer. But I watch UFC and, you know, we like to talk here about mixed martial arts stuff too. Keep scrolling up, I'm just looking through the chat, guys. Weak men don't like tough women. Yes and no, because there's like a different sides of the same coin. Yes, there's some guys who are so insecure that if there's a girl just, not even physically, just mentally tougher, they're kind of, they don't like them or they're afraid of them or just cannot deal with it. But also, they can be pretty much good men, and that doesn't want to deal with drama and strong opinionated woman, if you know what I mean. Being loud, angry, strong opinionated doesn't make you tough. I think that's what a lot of women misunderstand. They become men. They basically become men. They rather want to be, or even worse, the men they dislike, like their boss who yells at them, they become the same person. And it's like completely opposite of the femininity. I don't want to ruin my femininity. I don't want to ruin my peace, my calmness, my, you know, just like my way to the wisdom and, you know, building relationship with people. I rather talk quiet, sometimes I rather not talk at all, you know, and I listen to people. There's nothing wrong with that, you know, just there is no point for me coming up and like screaming out like that, oh, I'm tough, I'm strong, listen to me, you are this, you are that. I think people just don't, like any normal, solid, fulfilled people, both men and women, don't want to deal with that. So it's kind of like yes and no. I experienced both. I've seen both. How to say double punches like a jab and cross. Okay, let me see. Well, technically, it's jab and cross, you would do bum, bum. But this is like how, it's like an entry level, just a combination, pad work stuff. To me, like one thing I learned, there are different ways how to deal with it, and you gotta find a way that works for you. So for me, I actually wouldn't even sleep it. I would just catch it. So for example, I would catch, like do this kind of thing, okay? Or I would do 1, 2, because usually it goes fast, like pam, pam. I would just do one sleep and get pam, pam, for example, you know? I can't catch the momentum when they throw both punches. So just doing this, for example, Tyson though, he would do like, oh, my hair is a little bit messy, but he would do like a peekaboo, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like he would do something like this. So there are different ways how to do it. Yeah, like that's pretty much, that comes to my mind at this point. It's all about me. Well, it's my channel. I talk pretty much on my channel, though I'm looking forward to interviewing more people and, you know, bring other people with other experiences to be able to say more, for sure. But yeah, at this point, it's pretty much me and my channel. And I don't know, it's, for some people that might sound selfish, but I believe that we all are selfish. Like we just naturally are. And this is, unless you go in too much into a narcissism, I would say it's nothing wrong to be selfish. Because selfishness, if you think about it, if we were not selfish, for example, we wouldn't be able to set strong boundaries. And there are certain things that we're like, you know what, you don't do that to me. I don't want to accept it. Like I'm not going to accept it. And yeah, if you're completely selfless, this is how it works. People just take advantage of you. So I think we all have a selfishness, certain selfishness in our nature, but it's also, you know, there are the scales to it. What's your name? My name is Diana. I'm 56, I'm losing my memory a lot, Pete, so I really don't know what's going on here, but it looks okay. Yeah, I wish you all the best, and I wish you good health, okay? How can I spell with orthodontics? Use the mouse guard. So what you do with the mouse guard, you have to soften it in the hot water for 10 to 30 seconds. And when it's soft enough, you apply it on your braces, so it gets the perfect shape of whatever, however your teeth are shaped, and that's it. The gym I used to go in Chang, the owner, who is active fighter, he does boxing and kickboxing matches, and MMA sometimes. He wears braces, and he said it's never been a problem. Shout outs from the Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Hi Montreal. Nice to be having you here. Hi Jefferson. Hi Matthew, nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all, guys. And yes, I'm not in jail. It's just a Soviet-themed cafe in the Saigon. Love your personality. Thank you. I appreciate it. We just had a topic about we were just talking about the appearance, and then someone said, "Oh, you're like, why you're not as beautiful as other Eastern European women?" And I was like, well, yeah, I guess I'm not. It's like fine. This is something that like looks are fading, right? And personality is something that is, you know, you're not born with a personality. You develop it. You shape it you work on it, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's beautiful. I think that's good, you know? So whenever people tell me that they like my personality, I always have an intention to make people comfortable with me. I train for years now, so I'm dealing with people for years, and I'm talking to them and listening to their problems. Yes, as a personal trainer, you at some point become a psychologist as well. And I developed into this. It basically became my goal to make people feel free, comfortable with me. I really don't have judgment, but I was gonna, especially if my opinion is asked, I'm always gonna say my truthful opinion about certain behaviors, certain things, certain actions. But I also tend not, like, I don't like judging people. Judging in a way that, oh, they're bad, they suck, or something like that. I rather judge their behavior and kind of call it out, call them for that. But I believe that everyone has a potential to make a change. But let me just get the charger, because I think this stream is going well and there's no point turning it off. So I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna try to basically, oh yeah, I think that's reaching perfectly. I'm gonna disconnect my headphone. Oh, it's raining heavy. It's good that I came in now. I'm just gonna disconnect it. Let me know how it sounds. It's just for a temporary, just temporarily, okay? Just to, yeah, that should be good. And yeah, let me know how it sounds. What is your record? My amateur record was less than 5. 3 wins, 2 losses. And then open ring sparrings. Okay, that's getting loud. Look at this. Yeah, raining heavily. Diana, can I get the answer? Who is boxing match? Put in versus songs. Well, I can't tell you about the boxing match, but if it's a judo, probably Putin. He was, well, some people don't know, but he was an active judoka, and he was KGB agent as well. So his background, when it comes to those things, he's quite solid, I guess. But he's also way older. Okay, I keep scrolling up, guys. Great to be ignored. Well, I'm sorry for ignoring you. It's just, chat is getting bigger, and surprisingly, the views went up. Usually they go down on this, like when it's 2 hours, but so it's more people engaging. And I apologize for people that I unintentionally ignored. Subject is sensitive. A wink is all it takes. I'm not sure when did you write that, like what I was talking at that in the meantime. So, but yeah, I mean, feel free to be in the chat and just engage more, and I hopefully going to be able to respond to your question. What's your channel is about? I'm new here. Hi. So the channel is, well, today it's just, I showed a little bit of the Saigon. I just walked in like different districts, went to the coffee shop, and it started heavily raining because they have the rainy season coming. So this was more like a casual vlog, like a live stream vlog. But if you look up to my channel, it's a lot of boxing training. It's showing my journey with the training, my attitude. Also trying to, you know, create a community and, you know, spread a certain message in the community. Like I had live streams, why it's important to fail, why we need to go through the failure, because without failing, we never learn. And how we, for example, the self-importance feeling, like how it, you
like how you channel it. So talking about some mental topics as well, mental health topics as well. And basically, yeah, it's just trying to create something cool, positive, and have a live interaction. Since I started doing live streams, it's pretty much what I've been doing so far. At least, like it really helps to grow the channel. Like it engages with a lot of people. A lot of people come in on the channel, and it's also one of my goals to grow this channel as much as possible. I'm from Georgia, the country. Sakartvelo, Tbilisi. What's your star sign? Like zodiac, Taurus. So it's on the Reggie Jackson situation. Apparently, yeah, the concussion for whatever that's worth. I'm not really familiar with the situation, so I need to look it up before answering that question. I like your look also, aside for your personality. Don't fool me, you are the Johansson artist from the Avengers. Scarlett was way hotter than me when she was 25, period. I really like, she was not maybe a Victoria's Secret, like a model, like Cindy Crawford type of beauty. It's like she's smaller, but she, like, to me, she was one of the most beautiful women out there in the acting, and I think she's also a good actress. What time is it right now? It's like 1:47, Saigon, or Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. What you drink? It's milk tea. It's just black tea with the milk, and it's good. Are you a fighter? I'm training Muay Thai. Muay Thai is tough and cool to watch as well. I never did like a Muay Thai exactly, but no, know how to throw a couple elbows. I'm doing boxing. My sport is boxing. Also, I also do sprinting, which I haven't done in a while properly, but this channel actually started from sprinting. So looking forward to get back to it, and I'm looking forward to make sprinting more of the part of my boxing training too, because sprints are actually great for the endurance development for martial arts and combat sports. Okay. She also drops wisdom bombs. My ears enjoy as I work out, polywalk. Thank you very much. And yeah, you're right. It's like boxing, training, and the fitness. And sometimes I drop some. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. I always been the younger one in the room, and I enjoy that position. And I always believe that if you're the smartest person in the room, leave that room. And especially when you're at a certain level of conscientiousness at the younger age, and you attract way superior people that they want you to be like around them. They want to mentor you a little bit. Like, I always enjoy that. And then sometimes when people start telling me that, oh, you dropped certain wisdom, or you helped me, it still feels a little bit odd, because I do forget that I'm 25 years old. It feels longer. It feels that I've been on this earth for way longer. But in reality, I'm just a 25-year-old chick. Okay, I appreciate you guys being here. Like, thank you very much. So you know Mirab, he's from there. Yes, I don't know him personally, but we have a common friends. Like, literally in the fighting community, Georgia is small. Tbilisi is even smaller, and the fighting community there is even smaller. So I have some I know, for example, so one of my teammates, when I was in boxing amateur, one of the prominent boxers, he's actually first boxer for Georgia who brought the Olympic medal back. It was like third place, but it's like was in the first time in years. Maybe you even know him. His name is Lasha Guruli, and now he's starting a pro career. He was fighting under Dubois versus Usyk He was fighting on the undercard of prelims versus Francis. I forgot the guy's name, but like that's Slaguruli versus Francis. He won that fight, by the way, so he has a 2-0 in the pros, for example. Like I know him personally. I have him on Facebook, friends and stuff. He knows Topurius. He was just there in Spain. Like just one day, I was like, and he was having selfie with Topurius, like hanging out with them. So it's like such a small community, and especially in sports, they really do help each other out. You also know that Topurius and Mirap are helping each other. Like other fighters who are not that famous, like they try to be there for each other, and I think that's cool. Do you follow US boxing? At this point, I don't follow like specifically US championships or pro matches like within the US. I just like watch the whatever is the most upcoming. Like last fight I watched was Pacquiao versus Barrios and Usyk versus Dubois. And females it was Taylor versus Serrano. It's very unfortunate the Rampage Junior situation. Yeah, I'll look into it. Like I really am not familiar, as I said. Hi to Philippines. I wish you take a world championship boxing. Well, one step at a time. First, I need to start building a pro record. Fortunately for that, with our traveling schedules, people that we know in the fighting, I know quite some people in US, both me and my husband, we're actually meeting them, that one person in Kuwait, and he's also a fighting promoter too, one of the many things he does. So organizing it at the right time wouldn't be a problem. Get a little bit more experience and get back to sparrings before that happens even. And aim for like at the heaviest flyweight. I'm even looking into minimum weight potentially because I'm already 54, 53 kgs and I'm not even like trying, like I'm just keeping maintenance. Sometimes I eat more, sometimes I eat less and try to log my calories. So it's quite a comfortable way that something like I definitely can cut down to 51, 50, maybe even lower. So we'll see, like the flyweight is the goal. And because my goal is to start as low as possible from the lower weight class and see what I can do that to be comfortable with my endurance, speed, power, see how I adapt to that weight class. And then just gradually navigate, You can go up and down in boxing because the weight classes are very close to each other. Can you do leg squat? Let me show you. I'll do pistol squat. Let me try. Actually, I haven't done it in a while. And I love that I have space here. Let's see. Just make sure that nothing falls off. Okay. So pistol squats. And another leg. Yeah. Wasn't perfect. If you already can do a lot of squats, I would recommend if you do with body weight, try to train some pistols. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia, as I said. She looks, OMG, she looks like a girl from the meme. Average girl at the Walmart versus a model. Okay, I appreciate it. I'm not a model looking girl, but I think it's just a combination of things that I do, and I'm trying to be, and I guess that's one thing I found, that confident calmness and peace is very attractive and very influential. and I do practice that for the last couple of years for sure. So. You're my boxing coach. I mostly want to learn Filipino martial arts. Knives are my main thing. Oh, cool. Nice weapons. I hope at some point get more into it because I also find it very cool, to have knowledge about those things. And I appreciate you if you consider me as your boxing coach. I'm happy, guys, if you learn something from me and together with me. And yeah, thank you for being here and giving the feedback. Okay, I'm teaching myself eskrima and also knife throwing. My knife throwing coaches are just YouTubers, but they're world champions. Oh, it's cool. I mean, guys, YouTube can be... People learn how to build houses from YouTube. I learned English from YouTube. So YouTube, I think YouTube is one of the best platforms out there. If you really dig into it, if you really find the right information, and then obviously if you're like gradual and do that step by step, you actually can learn a lot of things. I don't think it's impossible. Nobody would guess that you were boxing just by looking at you. Yeah, especially in this live stream, which was just walking around the Saigon and drinking a milk tea in a coffee shop. But if you watch my boxing training live streams where I actually work on technique, sometimes I even teach technique, like boxing from the scratch or boxing basics. Well, you can tell that I train a bit by myself as well. What makes you feel to become alive? My husband literally told me that you're doing it, stop being a pussy, because I was scared to live stream, but now I feel way more organic talking to myself, but in reality talking to you because I can read the chat and I try to read as much comments as possible. That feels way more organic to me now than making a long form video, for example, where I'm it's not scripted, but even if I talk something, sometimes my tongue twists and I'm have to repeat it a few times. When in the live stream, it's just way more organic. I could tell she was a fitness channel at least. I think she looks like a boxer. Well, people who train, they recognize. I always can recognize people with the posture. And even the way how their body shape, I can give for wrestlers. And I'm not talking about cauliflower ears, I'm talking about certain shapes. Wrestlers, boxers, MMA fighters. Obviously, I'm not always correct about it, but there's certain ways how the bodies develop, how the facial structure, everything, how their general look develops. So I think people who are in the sports, in the combat sports, they actually recognize it. I keep scrolling up. I hope you can visit Mexico. In Mexico, we have a great boxing style. Absolutely, you have one of the biggest amount of the boxers out there in the world coming from Mexico. So Mexicans are very tough when it comes to boxing. And I have Mexican friends, so at some point we were planning to have a trip to. I'm trying to remember the place. There was we have two friends who live in Mexico, three friends, but one is the couple and one is the other, closer to the Mexico City, but it's a very safe area, and our friend owns the properties there, and he was inviting us. He still invites us. And there's the other friends who are Puerto Vallarta, I think. Puerto Vallarta, it's also a very nice area. So we were planning it. It's just, it's a little bit more expensive than Southeast Asia. So gotta be prepared for it a little bit more, but definitely looking forward to go to Mexico at some point. Love from US, hi, thank you very much. I'm from Georgia, by the way, the country. Love from Nepal. Hi, Nepal. I was enamored with weapons as a kid. Knives became an interest at a young age, but I didn't get into Screamer until I did security and learning the bottoms. Okay, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, you gotta learn the structure first and safety when it comes to sharp things and weapons and things that basically can be harmful. I use for the harm, but if it's like an aesthetical and like a informational and like collectionary interest in it, then it's like yeah, I think it's a good way to approach it. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. From Tbilisi. Where are you from? From Tbilisi. I was born in pretty much center and lived in the center, so like close to Ahmashinabella Street, like David the Builder Street. Are you currently training in US or Georgia? I've been training in Vietnam because we lived here. So we travel and we just find the gyms, we make some friends, get into community, and we just train. That's the beauty of like you can combine traveling with training that way. And next step is Kuwait. We're flying in a couple days to Kuwait, and we're meeting our friends there. Gonna do some very interesting stuff, but also gonna obviously one of the things that I'm gonna look into is gyms and see what I'm gonna be able to do there. And then back to Georgia for some time, but might be if I get approved with my visa, potentially a few months in the US for certain purposes and the training as well. One of the purposes would be training. And then I don't know. There's like we have potentially quite a lot of traveling upcoming in the future because we're doing me and my husband are doing like social networking too and building things. Like he does this crypto thing, so there's so many things going on at the parallel, like this YouTube, me training to get competitive level boxing is just a part of it. I would even say it's like a smaller part of it. Okay. Well, guys, if you know, I have Instagram available in my YouTube bio description, but I'll be honest, I don't really sit on Instagram too much. I don't really sit on YouTube too much as well, so it's not like I'm sitting on comments and feedback. Live stream. I approach it as the work, and then I do everything else. I have trainings. I have my PT trainings that I do, online trainings with people. So like quite a lot of things that I'm doing, and just letting you know that I'm not really. I have very narrow circle of friends, and if you really want to like ask something, or there's like some offers with some collaborations and like more like a work intended communication, I suggest you to email me. So there is the email also in my YouTube bio description. Habib is the #1 dominated fighter in UFC. I said Habib is one of the best wrestlers for sure, but Habib's record is he retired quite early, and I think that was because of his father's death. And again, nothing against that, but I think Habib's fight record, for example, was as much as the John Jones title defense, for example, and even Joe Jones, like in the later years, you see like how he retired and didn't fight Alton Aspinall. So then you have GSP, then you have Daniel Cormier, you have Demetrius Johnson, who's like highly underrated because he's just basically not heavy enough for the, like he's like a flyweight. But anyways, that's what I'm saying. That a lot of people say Khabib is all time like best, but he has as much UFC fights as John Jones has the defenses, and if you compare these two to GSP, for example, GSP has, I think, both of the like the win like round the winning one rounds or something like that, like points. GSP has both more than both of them combined, so the numbers are very different on the certain things. I can say Khabib was one of the best, especially in his times. But just say that it's like only one the best, I don't really agree with that. Okay, keep scrolling up, guys. You're an example for many, a warrior to follow. Like a Valkyria, a female Viking, like female Scandinavian warriors. Georgian also, especially in the mountain region, women were, when the men were in the war, women were the ones who had to protect their villages. And there are some, I think a woman can be a warrior and have that mentality. But it's also, I think feminine energy has, like, to be a warrior, you don't have to be angry, you don't have to be fully masculine. You can switch, you can be with your family, with your beloved ones, you can be sweet and soft and nurturing. When it's needed, you can, face struggles like a warrior would. And I'm just ranting, but thank you. What is your prediction on Tafuria versus Tsarukian? As much as I think Tsarukian is talking a lot out of his ass, and he said, "Oh, I know how to beat Ilya and stuff like that." I think it's not easy fight necessarily. Tsarukian is physically strong. He's quite a good, well-rounded fighter. But again, Ilya's mentality is crazy. Like when he was watching like Holloway's, for example, and he says that openly, like. It's not only training, it's analyzing every detail, the whole history and whole patterns of the opponent. And they just, his team and him, to see those gaps, and they're like, oh, it's such an opportunity because I know how to knock him out. He was saying about Holloway. And I think that's quite crazy. So the fact that Tsarukian really underestimates Lee, at least the way how he talks about him, I think they're might work not in his favor. But if we talk about Tsarukian is bigger, he ideally would want to not let Ilya in the middle range where he can knock him out like everyone else. I think Ilya's power, punching power is something else, and like people don't really fully understand how impactful they can be. But yeah, if Tsarukian just avoids that and then just to work on the ground. But again, Ilya is a wrestler too. He has a wrestling background. A lot of people don't know, but he has a wrestling background. He has a strong chin. He can take, like, if you've seen Herbert fight versus Ilya, he got this high kick. It would just, most of the people would just go unconscious, but he managed to get the leg, get in the position, and then after in the next round, knock Herbert out. So, and Ilya is going to be primed for a few years, at least. But he has to be strategic. Just talking out of his ass. Habib retired so fast he cannot be. No one Islam is about to cross him. So as Ilya. Well, that's fair point. Islam and Ilya are on the way to. Islam is closer. Islam has 23 wins and one loss. Yes, it's not a perfect record, but who cares? And Ilya has 17 fights and all wins. So let's see how it goes. It's quite exciting. I'm talking about the dominant fighter in UFC, and Habib is a dominant fighter in the UFC, number one ground game. He never lost round his fight, which is quite natural for elite level of wrestlers. I mean, whose background is wrestling. And let's give him a credit. What was the second match with McGregor? When he actually did some okay striking too against McGregor. It was, there were some moments in the upper position, like in the stance as well. And but wrestlers are just naturally, wrestling is a dominating sport just by itself, because that's what they do. They want to get the top position, get the full control, and yeah, I think that's great. I honestly enjoy watching wrestling. It's in its own way. Turkian versus Tapoya, what is your opinion? Number one contender versus champ. What the only thing is, he was the number one contender versus Islam in lightweight, and he just, because of the back, he didn't make the weight in reality, or he docked him. I don't know what was the real reason. Essentially, that didn't really look good. So I think just get another title out of nowhere. Yes, some people want to watch this fight, but a lot of people say that Gaethje deserves it more. So it might be Ilya versus Gaethje and Tarikian versus Pimplet, and whoever wins would be a contender to against Ilya. I think that makes sense, because okay, let's be honest. Like, you duck a fight, title shot, rematch, title shot, for the stupidest reason. You're rather irresponsible, don't take it seriously, or you're a duck and you just came up with an excuse to not show up on the fight. Like, it wasn't a very good look. So I think he needs to have at least one fight before that, then he fights late. I honestly want to see that fight. Like, I want Ilya and Tarikian fight, and see how it goes. And I want Ilya basically successfully because he won the featherweight title. Champion. He became featherweight champion, and he went up after Islam, and then Islam went up because he also couldn't make weight anymore. As much as Ilya also was struggling to make a featherweight, but now he has to stick in the lightweight office to do the title defenses. That's no big brainer. In women, I thought there is no competitive rivals. They had Amanda Nunes, by far the GOAT fighter, but you cannot say same to men. No, men and women are not same, but I believe that women's sport can keep evolving on their way, in their own way. It can be entertaining and exciting in its own way. I think we need to stop comparing the men and women's sports in the way that, men are more explosive. Because of that explosivity, men are usually faster, and it's not like women cannot be better at it. It just takes more work. It really does, and that's what I'm saying. It's their own way of evolving. So it's like two separate paths, and Nunes versus Harrison would be a cool fight to watch, I think. I'll keep scrolling up. People forget John Jones and GSP, but the people they never forget Habib is a legend outside of the inside. I don't agree with that. I think way more people know John Jones and GSP. At least John Jones. It depends where you come from. In the Western world, obviously, Khabib became a famous figure himself. But it's also thanks a lot to Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was the one who brought a lot of outsiders' eyes to the sport. So even if you take, more people might know Conor McGregor despite him not really fighting anymore at all. And John Jones, I mean, again, I'm pretty much sure that the Western viewers are knowing who is John Jones at least. In wrestling, my favorite moves was arm bars and arm throws. I got fairly decent at moving through all the counters. People knew I would go for it, but still work. Thoughts? Well, that apparently was a movement that you mastered so well that people just didn't manage to do anything against it or train anything against it. So sometimes it's not about that's the difference between chess, for example, and combat sports. Sometimes something works, and the way you do it, it just works. You just push through it, you force it on your opponent, and it just works. So why wouldn't you do it? Okay, Tracer, I'm reading a little bit weird chat here and just, you're good. I suggest you don't go from there, just go training. You'll feel better. Islam didn't abduct Ilya. I actually didn't say that. And if you actually look it up, even Ilya doesn't think that Islam abducted him. So that was one of the interviews I saw. And Elias, when they asked, do you think that Islam abducted you? And he said, I honestly don't think so, because he's been saying before that like he wanted to move the weight class, and both of them know how hard it is to make that weight and how exhausting that can be. So at some point you just, especially that your body matures even more and gets into, like you develop a better muscle mass, it just naturally you're struggling more and more to make that weight, so you move up, and both did that. That was one of the main reasons for both of them, Ilya and Islam. It's like also Ilya wanted to face Islam, but then Islam was like, no, I'm going up. And yes, just because he said that, oh, I want to give a chance to every little man, wasn't a nice thing to say, but it's like trash talk or like whatever, it's just for the views and engagement, I guess. But in reality, even Ilya thinks that Islam just moved up. It just was timing that it happened like kind of simultaneously, but he really moved up to feel more comfortable in the weight and was just exhausted for weight cuts. And if Ilya thinks that way, so he has enough respect to Islam, I don't think why fans are saying that, oh, it's like that. Does Islam feel that Ilya, like after knocking out UFC legends basically in the lightweight, like in a row, is dangerous? I think he understands that. Does Ilya understand that Islam probably going to be the hardest fight out of all of those? I think he understands that too. That's why he wants him. But it's like there's always a little, how to say that? There might be a little anxiety regarding your legacy, your undefeated streak. It's like a lot of pressure, but it doesn't mean fearing your opponent. Like when people say that, oh, they're just like afraid to get their ass kicked. It's like that they're professional fighters literally. They're like the best in the world. Even the average fighter, like top 15, not average, but like top 15 in UFC, is consider that them being one of the best, like in the top 20, 15 people who are one of the best in the world at this point. So yeah, fans like to talk shit, but I always try to preserve the respect towards the fighters, despite me liking or disliking them. The motivation you transmit when training is great. I started following you. Tabari, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Are you planning to go pro, like fight in one FC? Not pro MMA, but pro boxing. So basically, obviously, WBA, WBC, yeah, WBO, like the major organization, that would be amazing. But yeah, so far, before that, just gonna try to get back to the groove of it. As I said, I haven't sparred in 2 years. So now I'm working on my conditioning. I like visualize the combinations and work on the combinations. I do certain things that I've never done before. I'm working on this, changing stances. So next step would be technical sparrings. And I would start that in Vietnam, just there was literally no one in the Chan that could do that with like a good level box, like female boxers, for example. I'm not sure if there's going to be a case in the Kuwait either, for months to stay there. So essentially, I think most likely that's going to happen in Georgia, and yeah, I just started practicing technical sparring, still training things that I have in my head, and see how they work. Do they actually work or they don't? And yeah, then get a couple times get a little bit heavier spines, like proper heavier spines. But my intention is to become very technical and technically dominating, and obviously power. Like I work on the power punches, all that kind of stuff too. But as I said, my intention is not to go crazy heavy spines all the time. Just not good. It's long term, damaging, exhausting, and that's not my plan. But then yeah, after all the essential necessary preparation, try to work out and organize the fight and start do my first professional fight, which I will of course share it with you. Guys, let me update the chat because it's just sometimes it just freezes. I started calisthenics. Please, code, don't spam. But it's good that you started. Yeah, just. Jesus Christ. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna keep scrolling all the way up. How tall are you? I'm short. How short are you? That's the right question. 161 centimeters, and or 5.2 feet. That's my height. You look cute. Thank you. But anyways, let me just check the time and make sure that I'm not going to be late with my trainings. I have personal trainings going on. There's some stuff that I need to do. What's my type? My husband is my type. Age. Please don't spam. I'll respond to it. Okay. Okay. Stop spamming. Someone. Stop spamming, please. I am 25 years old. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. What's he look like? He's Norwegian. He's bald. He's tall. His feet. He has a little blonde beard and blue eyes. Yeah, but I can tell you that it's not only his appearance, it's more like a combination. He's a very tough guy, very strong, but he's also emotionally intelligent and very smart man. Country, Georgia. I'm originally from Georgia, Tbilisi. And this is Vietnam, Saigon. intelligent channel name. Yeah, it's just Redhead Diaries. That's the channel name. Love and respect from Pakistan. Thank you. Love and respect back to you, my friend. When are you going to sparring today? I'm not sparring today. These days we are in Saigon, and it's just a little bit buying the last stuff we need. So my only training today was walking a lot, and I just combined it with streaming. That's it. And what else? Pretty much, yeah, that's it. So when we go to Kuwait on 27th we'll fly, so I think by 27th, 28th we should be in Kuwait. So we'll settle down and then gonna try to figure out the gym, the training, where our friend's gonna help with this thing. Nice accent. Thank you. It's a mix of a lot of things. Beautiful animals in Vietnam, like everywhere else. How much do you make from boxing? At this point, I don't make anything from boxing. I'm a personal trainer. I work with people remotely and help them with their training, with their health, dietary requirements, and psychology and mentality, that kind of stuff. But as I said, I'm looking forward to when you do professional boxing, obviously you start making a little bit of money out of the fight, and it's like it's good with how you say that приятно с полезным in Russian. You would say it's like something that feels nice together with something that is actually useful. So you combine those two. But I'm not really wanting to do that necessarily for money at this point. It's more about I want to show you on my own example everything I teach and explain, all that kind of stuff, like as a coach, pretty much. My observations, my vision of it. I'm just willing to show you how it actually works and on my experience. So that's why a lot of people, when they started asking, "Oh, are you a fighter? When do you fight? Are you a boxer?" I was like, you know what? And I talked to my husband, I talked to another boxer friend, one of my best friends, and they both said, "Yeah, like why wouldn't you? You have everything at this point, the mentality, the physicality." Shortly saying, I'm way better than I used to be an amateur. When I used to be an amateur boxing years ago, way more mature, physically stronger, have good diet, good sleep, good attitude about it, periodization, understanding what is the priority and understanding of my own weaknesses. And I also have people that surround me that also always can give me a realistic outside perspective. So why not? Why wouldn't I try? Very passionate. Well, basically, I'm passionate about what I've just been talking about. Your voice is so soothing to ears. Thank you. That's intentional. The calmer I become, the more grounded and how to say that, emotionally balanced I became over the last 2-3 years, especially. My voice, I gained a good control of my voice, and I always believe that a second thing that really has a big impact, apart from the appearance and posture and like a visual presence, is the voice. Once we open our mouths and start talking, and the voice we use, the speed, the tempo of our speaking, that really matters. That can be very, very influential. That's a funny way to ask the question. Hello, how the hell are you, my friend? I am the hella good. I am definitely good. It's true, all boxers get cauliflower ears. I don't know any boxer with cauliflower ears. It happens sometimes, but it's wrestlers, BJJ, guys that do things on the ground. That sounds a little bit sounded a little bit differently. But anyways, the wrestlers and grapplers and BJJ usually have cauliflower ears because they actually, especially wrestlers, they grab each other on the ears, you know, when they try to get each other on the neck. Hamzat won the match through wrestling. How was your reaction, Hamzat versus DDP? Like a lot of other professional fighters and actually people who are experienced in it, I thought that because DDP is a tough cookie, and even by losing this fight, he showed that he's a tough cookie. Even being exhausted, he still could defend, like not get choked out. And even Hamzat said by the in the last round, his coach told him, "Now you can get him," and he tried to go for submission. And DDP, after being exhausted all 5 rounds, in the end of the 5 rounds, he managed to end up on the top. And obviously, he was excited, tried to do something, but he couldn't do anything against Hamzat, obviously, especially at that later point. So he's a tough guy, and I like DDP. I also like Hamzat. Like I didn't have specifically like I cheer for someone. I like both. And I think Hamzat, despite a lot of people saying, "Oh, he won a wrestling match," which is true. That was pretty much a wrestling match. I'm not saying that it's opposite. And it was a safe play too from Hamzat's side. He didn't really go that crazy. There were some moments, but he didn't risk his position, and he didn't engage in the BJJ with DDP because DDP is quite good at BJJ, and that could be risky. So I think strategically and by just if your goal is to win, using make a plan how to do that. Despite whoever thinks it was interesting or not, it was the right plan for Hamzat. Was it Tariqian saying that? Again, I don't know if that was again one of the fake posts or he really said it. That Arman was in Hamzat's side, one of his corners, and well, at least he's saying that Hamzat was asking, "Can I in the 3rd round or something, or after 3rd round, he was asking, "Oh, can I now throw some punches?" And Arman said, "No, don't change the game. If you're winning, why would you?" And that's the thing. If Hamzat started, he didn't listen to his corner, or there was a different game plan that would say, "Okay, now you can get him." That's why I believe that DDP would catch him on something. One thing that was absolutely dominating from Hamzat's side is wrestling, and that's one thing that DDP, he knew that he would get taken down, but he probably thought that he would engage more in BJJ or something, or he would just survive through it and get the chance in the end. But that's the thing, DDP almost didn't get any chances because the full control through the wrestling. So I think it was smart from the Hamzat side. The only thing is, as much as I don't have a problem every now and then watch fights like this, and to me, I'm engaged, and I think a lot of people who look at the technique and the dynamic, they are more entertained as someone who just wants to see an entertaining exchanges and knockouts and all that kind of stuff, or even submissions, more like action fights. I'm a little bit concerned that now, because in the middleweight, okay, who is the wrestler? Who is the grappler there? Anything close to the Hamzat? And also on the top, someone like Ilya Topuria, who is also a strong striker and very powerful puncher. We don't have anyone. I think DDP is the one who actually, on the rematch, if he actually spends a lot of time on the takedown defense and actual wrestling training, focusing on the wrestling training, he's the one of the division who could have a chance against Hamzat, because Hamzat's wrestling is crazy. And to be able to do anything else with him, you need to break through this wrestling. That's the only way. You rather have to be able to do the takedown defenses, or out wrestle him, which is sounds almost impossible at this point. I don't want everyone else is Strickland, Adesanya, and everyone else seems to be more strikers in the division. So It's a little bit like, I don't want that to be like every fight. You know what I mean? Like I don't want Hamzat literally having a wrestling match with everyone at the title defenses. And I understand fans talking about it, like because they don't want either. Does height matters for a guy in dating? For a guy? Well, I'll tell you, in my experience, some like my husband loves my height. He loves it comparing to him, like tiny. He's like, oh, you're teeny tiny. But before in my life, I've been told by the guys, and rejected by the guys that said, oh, I would love to, you know, date you or something if you were taller. So I've been told that. I think like I know that it's a thing from women towards men, and it's like, you know, it's something like height is something that you don't choose, so it's a little bit lame. But it definitely happens from the guy's side too. There's sometimes they're like, oh, you're too small, or sometimes it's like, oh, you're too tall. So I think there is also average ideal height for most of the men. But again, I think it's not for everyone, and it's you want at the end of the day you want to find that one person that you share your life with. So as long as you're good for them, who cares? Okay, keep scrolling up, guys. I kind of left a little bit behind on the chat. Mom always therefore comes out, or yours therefore comes out. Also, I was. Okay. How tall are you? 161 or 5.2 feet? I'm short. There are shorter women, especially here in Vietnam. There's some girls are like this side, and they're so petite and so adorable. Like you just want to pick them and put you in the pocket. But yeah, pretty much I'm shortest person in my family. Like it's funny, but literally everyone is taller than me. Not like too much taller, but my mom is taller. Grandma is taller, my sister is taller, the little sister who is 9, she already seems she's gonna be taller than me, my father is taller, so yeah, I'm the shortest person in the family. So is your husband the one forever? Yeah. Well, we're building things together, and the reason why I say yes, because it's not only from my side. I just 100% sure in him. He is the man of substance. He doesn't care about what to say that. You know, some men can get distracted and they just like, oh, they see that beautiful woman and they're just literally ready to break the relationship. So and men also do that. Not only women do that. But he's a man of substance. And what we've been creating together. Like, it's not only creating things together, like business-wise. Like, I'm literally his boxing coach. After he was in the professional sports, he was basically a base jumper, a proximity wingsuit flyer. That was one of the most extreme stuff that people can do. He's had a crash and he was found, like they found a cancer tumor, and he's like, he went through hell, survived it, recovered, and then we met when he was still not 100% back, you know, like he was like, I could still smell the cancer medication, all that kind of stuff. And I was not also at my best at that point. And it's like, but it's amazing, like when you have a relationship, you create a certain type of bond, but it's so multi-directional. So it's, again, it's not just we love each other, you know, like, and we're like partners and lovers and something. To me, he's like a best friend. Like, we love to hang out together. We laugh every day. Like, there's a lot of jokes and teasing and all that kind of stuff. We have like a special type of bonding when it comes to his training. Like, I'm his coach, I'm training. I taught this big guy how to throw proper, like a to throw hands properly and do boxing. I'm quite proud of it. I always joke that I'm creating a monster because this guy now, and it's funny enough, he says he tried to hold, and I hold pads for him. Like he's 90 kgs at this point, and he was heavier before, and he's like 188 centimeters or 6'2" feet. So I literally hold pads for him, and he hits hard. It's not like he just throws a little bit. He really tends to hit hard, and I have experience with pad holding with for the guys and bigger guys too. And with him, I got even better. And I also become stronger. Like I don't know, somehow my power punch just increased drastically after me learning how to block, like kind of, how to say that, suppress through the pads, like heavy punching, like heavy punches by a heavy man of the different weight class. And he tried to hold pads for me. He's not that comfortable yet, like he doesn't know the technique. And he tried it with me, and he said, okay, now I'm actually quite shocked how you are even able to hold pads for me. Like that's what he told me. And you know, this is like a bonding that not a lot of people have that. Not a lot of couples have that. So I think that the more you're doing things like that together, and you try things together, you learn things together, you grow together, it's just something that you become like a family. Do you give up on the family? You don't. What country are you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. Tbilisi. Is there great fighters in Vietnam? I cannot tell you exactly like what their level are, but in Vietnam there is a Lions Championship that is like a bigger MMA fighting organization. So everyone who's fighting here, they aim there locally. They want to become a champion in the weight class. So our friend, he's from Tajikistan, but he came to Vietnam to become a coach. He's being like a coach and a fighter at the same time, and he decided to come here to work in the transport unit where we trained. We became good friends, very hardworking, very humble, very nice guy. I actually have a interview. He's the first person I interviewed on the live streams, one of the live streams. His name is Umet Gulmamadov. So he decided to get back to, after a big gap, like a 4 years pause or something, he wants to do some more professional fights. He fought there, he won against the pretty much a BJJ guy. He was trying to work on the ground, but Umed is just a good, well-rounded MMA fighter. So yeah, his goal is to get, probably gonna get one more shot. If he wins, probably gets a title shot in 65 kgs. And so there is definitely a scene and a certain, like a whole organization where you can get that experience and actually, evolve and grow into and even become a champion. I suggest you to go to a bar called Joker's Bar in the Bingtown district. You know what? I'm going to screenshot that. Thank you for the suggestions. Okay, I think it worked. The accent. Yeah, it's just a mix of everything, guys. You could be in a John Wick movie. I would also kill people if they murdered my dog. Let me tell you that. How you can take a punch on your face, cute and beautiful. Guys, you forget that it's women against women, and it's like I'm a flyweight, so it's like a flyweight woman against a flyweight woman. So it's fine. It's fine, It's like I love technique. I love the boxing strategy, philosophy. Like not just brute brawling. And yeah, that's fine, you know. You have a lot of defense in the box, and you have a lot of ways how to avoid getting just destroyed on your face. You're blessed to have that relationship. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And well, apart from there was definitely luck that we met in the right time, in the right moment that was meant to happen. But everything else, I can tell you, we build up ourselves. We made conscious choices. We gave each other chances. We didn't end up to be. We didn't do wrong. Do you compete? I'm looking forward to compete. Can I keep scrolling up, guys? Are you in the UFC or do you plan to get there? No, I'm not looking forward to do mixed martial arts, at least at the moment for sure. Aiming for pro boxing. That's more realistic. Привет, мам. My mom is in chat. У меня все хорошо, мы в Сайгоне. Вылетаем 27-го в Кувайт. I just said enjoy. I just told my mom that I'm safe, everything's good. We fly on 27th to Kuwait. What's the time in Vietnam? Let me see. 2:48. That's the time. Hello from Northern California. Hi, babe. Hope you're doing well. Hi from New Zealand. Are you a boxer? Sorry, I just joined. No, it's okay. Feel free to questions. Yeah, but I'm on my way to get back to competitive boxing, and this time that will be a pro boxing instead of the amateur. That's how I see it. And I'm sharing my journey on my YouTube channel, so pretty much I stream like this too, sometimes just casually, doing from the cafe, or this time actually walked all the way from a business district in the Saigon, Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, to all the streets, came to this cafe that was like a Soviet style cafe, and we're just talking about whatever. But a lot of my live streams, if you look up into my channel, is me doing boxing training, VO2 max training, footwork training, and I do a lot of explanations of what I'm doing, why I'm doing, how I see it, that it's like a certain stage of preparation. Now it's just more like a building different aspects: stamina, footwork, speed, power, combinations that can kind of through which I can build a strategy. Switching stances, I started working on switching stances, and it's just getting better at this point. So next level, next stage is translate all of that into sparring, technical sparring sessions. The reason why technical and not heavy is because your brain learns the best from a controlled pressure, when it's like obviously it's like about speed, it's about like being focused, but you don't get destroyed in a fight. Like it's not a brawl. You can't learn much from a brawl, but you can learn a lot from the controlled pressure. So that is the next stage, and that most likely gonna happen in Georgia, because I'm not sure if there's gonna be anyone that I can do that with in the Kuwait. In Georgia, there are plenty of girls and guys as well. Like I think for women it's very useful to do technical sparring with a controlled pressure with guys, because guys are faster, they're stronger, they move different very often. And one of my best friends, who is very good female boxer. She's gonna be at some point famous. Now she's on her way to world championship, like within the 2 weeks now. And she's from Georgia, but she made it to national team of Belgium. This is how good she is. And she trained most of her time with the guys because there were, at that point, years ago, there were no girls in Georgia, pretty much. And she would do a lot of technical sparring with guys. And that really influenced her boxing style. She's like a southpaw, and she like really moves like a guy. And yeah, so a lot of technical sparrings. I would do definitely heavier sparring maybe once before the actual fight, just to see where I'm at, how I control the fight, how I hold the pressure, all that kind of stuff. And then the first stage, like first goal, is do that first entry, like a debut pro boxing fight. And for that, we have some friends who are in the promoting, so it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a problem to find an opponent. Come to Dubai in 2 years, 3 years and forgets. That's like a universal joke now. Your eyes come from your mom. Yeah, I look more like my mom a little bit. Speak 7 languages, good for you. Ignore all the things from entire world. Guys, I don't want to ignore anyone. I just don't be simps. Respect yourself, okay? You can appreciate a woman or your woman and be compliment her, but just have a self-respect too. I subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate it. How confident are you? I think I'm confident enough to be aware of my insecurities and work on them. Confident. Okay, that's fine. As I said, no, I'm not gonna ignore people. Unless you guys spam and there's someone clearly, I don't know, doesn't have anything better to do apart from disrespect me or someone in the chat. I don't mind responding to your questions. Oh man, that's so cool. So far, controlled pressures. How long do you think that training may take? At least a few months. Because to build conditioning, to me, main thing is stamina. My footwork became way better. My legs became way better ironically, after I did 10 months of sprinting. And I'm looking forward to get back to the sprinting and add it up as my... I want to get faster on 100 meters. I still have that goal to run 100 meters on the sub 12 seconds. That's like my goal. I even got the spikes here, so I'm quite excited when I get back to Georgia I can do that. And one of the guys here, Emmanuel, I don't know if you're watching me, but he's a track and field coach from Texas, and he emailed me his program, just like, feel free to use it, like you give it to your friends if you want. So that was very kind of him. So I'm gonna try to follow that program, at least parts of it, but also with a combined boxing. So, but basically interval endurance, interval cardio, sprints, explosivity, like working on that, those kind of stuff. But also do VO2 max training that I already started doing. So that takes conditioning and cardiovascular stamina. Takes a little bit of time, at least 2-3 months of consistently doing that to get better. And then, obviously, at some point you get more into technical sparrings. Technical sparrings can be daily, because we're talking about not the hard punches, getting punched hard in your head. We're talking about like a certain maneuvers, body movement, like training and exercising it that way. And I think it's the best way to do that when you have a pair. Pad work is great. Boxing, heavy bag training is also great. It has its own time and place. But if you really want to really level up in your like a boxing, you level up your boxing IQ, your reaction. You gotta do a lot of technical sparrings. So again, gonna be back to Georgia by the end of September. Gonna try to, we might go countryside for some time, visiting my friend there and just leaving their house for a little bit, maybe a couple of weeks. But after that, coming back to Tbilisi, I'd start to do, just contact different gyms, different people I already know, and try to do, join them for the sparring training specifically, do the technical sparring. So it would be good for them, it would be good for me, so it's like not hard to organize it. And yeah, so totally, hopefully, within 5-6 months, to be able to already have a first fight. Okay, short talk. Was to disconnect with people. Fair enough. Sometimes I rant, so pardon me for that. Sometimes I go longer, but I also try to. Then I switch to the shorter response. Are you dating? I'm married. I'm from Poland again. Hi. So how you describe yourself? I'm a curious person. I'm a curious person. I think this is how I ended up doing all that kind of thing, all the things, sports, art, music, this and that. Traveling. Okay, if I go to chance to get into MMA, at this point I'm not really looking into it. Yeah, another request. Yes, I'm trying to keep it up, guys. Well, I'm actually on the way top, so chat is not that saturated. As I said, I'm married, I'm not dating. Okay, little pause, so I'm on the way on the top of the chat. And it's not that saturated. Let me just readjust the chat to make sure that I'm not behind here. Hello, wrestling the best striker? You mean better than striker? If you want to go to MMA, I think pretty much everyone, almost everyone agrees that it's better to, like if you have a kid and you want to raise them potentially to be ready for MMA, you cannot force them to do it, but you want to prepare them, just put them into, first it's like a gymnastics and wrestling, but in the like smaller age. And gymnastics also for just more flexibility and fun and all that kind of stuff, because professional gymnastics then it gets very tough and very damaging. So, but in the childhood it works well. So yeah, do that, and then in more like a teenage years, pre-teenage, like 11, 12 years old, start striking. And then pretty much, yeah, that's a very like it's a good formula for creating a well-rounded MMA fighter. Like opposite, when you do that opposite, it's harder. Where are you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. Thank you, I appreciate to read my comments. Appreciate your feedback too. That's like saying Formula 2 is better suited for Formula 1. Yeah, again, I don't like comparing. Like when people compare wrestling is better than striking, it's like completely different things. But if we change the question and we ask, is it better to, before getting into MMA, how is it better to do? Then I can say that starting from wrestling, I think is better than from striking. Or at least you can do it all together, but if we are trying to raise a child like this, you can start from wrestling and then in a few years later, add up striking. What's your name? My name is Diana. How are you doing, Mr. A? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Hi Krish from India. Jiu-jitsu wins boxing and kickboxing. Well, in the street fights, the guns win. In the controlled fights, it depends on the rules. Striker always gonna win in the striking rules. A wrestler always gonna win in the wrestling rules. And when it comes to mixed martial arts, stronger wrestler with weaker striking and brilliant striker with weak wrestling. If we compare these two, the second one gonna lose most likely because they're just gonna go in. They're not gonna let you do that striking no matter how brilliant it is. And even striking footwork, no matter how good it is, doesn't exactly work. Like unless you know how to switch to takedown defense, it doesn't work against wrestling movement. But if you have equally good wrestlers and one of them is a better striker, that better wrestler with a better striking is gonna win. Okay, like Ilya Rapid said earlier, I'm from Georgia. You know many Georgians. You can write down in the comments and tell me which Georgians you know, guys. Which famous, prominent Georgians you know. Can feel free to write it in chat. New Zealand here. Hope everyone is well. Nathan, thank you, and I hope you're doing well as well. I'm Joan from Philippines. Juan, I think. Nice to meet you. I just had a breakfast, homemade prawns and fried eggs. That sounds like a good breakfast, and I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, what do you do? Well, right now I'm just live streaming, but you can check my channel, and it's quite a lot about boxing training at this point. Have you been to America? No, I haven't been yet, but it is on the list. And if everything goes well, if I get basically a B1 visa for the short-term business purpose, me and my husband will go. Hi from Amsterdam. Hi to Amsterdam. Nice to meet you. Tattoos can cause cancer. Well, a lot of things cause cancer. You know what is the biggest thing that actually causes cancer? Is two biggest things. Is genetical tendency to a certain type of cancer, like in your code, and stressing over stressing way too much about unnecessary stuff. That is like the biggest factor. Please, could you flex your biceps? Yes, I could. It's like not crazy big or something, but I don't really train on hypertrophy, I train strength. And ironically enough, when you focus on the strength training purely, you don't really grow that much. You become quite lean, but yeah, strength works a little bit different. Which is good, especially for women, you know, like who don't want to get bumped, but they want to be, you know, strong. That works quite well. Uzbekistan, hi. What country are you in? In Vietnam, Saigon at this point. Just for a few more days here, like a couple more days. I had a cereal for breakfast. Well, you get up, ideally you get some protein, high fiber, and healthy fat breakfast, and with moderate amount of carbs. Like balanced breakfast is better for the day. Conor McGregor is from Georgia. Conor McGregor-shvili, that's what he would be if he was from Georgia. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. Go to Florida. One day. I would love to visit Miami. How long does your MMA workout last regularly? MMA workout, I don't do MMA training at this point. I do that every now and then with my friends who are MMA. Like I do some like stuff, but it's boxing training, and Depends. Sometimes it goes longer, but with the longer rests and breaks between different aspects of the training. Usually, I can. Some trainings are like 20 minutes. VO2 max training, I don't do for too long because I do a few sets of the high intensity intervals, running on the treadmill. And when it comes to boxing technique, usually hour, pretty much is the amount of training I get. Khatia Bonita surely is a great pianist. Joseph, I didn't expect someone mentioning Khatia, but that's nice. That's nice that you mentioned her. Yes, and I think she's a lovely person. She's a great pianist, that's for sure. And yeah, thank you for mentioning her. Uzbekistan, I already gave you. Shout out to you. How are you? I'm doing well. Sugar is the biggest cause also. But again, if you don't balance it out with the other nutrition is essential for your body, yes, just the sugar, especially refined sugar and high carb diet, definitely can contribute into a cellular inflammation. That can be one of the factors of not only cancer but many other types of diseases. It can increase your cholesterol levels, it can affect your heart functioning, blood pressure, etc. Okay, keep scrolling up, guys. Where you live? We lived, me and my husband, so far, last 9 months we spent in Vietnam. Not drunk most of the time. And now we're in Saigon because we fly out on 27th to Kuwait. So starting a new chapter. But originally I'm from Georgia, Tbilisi. I hope you can post more boxing tutorial for Lauren. I will try to do more long form videos, but I also do a lot of live streams where I do tutorials, and I like doing even better because people can ask me certain things or how to do this, and I can just do that straight away. But I'll focus more on the long form as well. Sounds like you're in a jail. It is it is a Soviet-style cafe. Let me just show you quickly, okay? So this is how it looks. This is just kind of like a closed area. But yeah, here, it's just, yeah. It's a nice place, but it gives so much of the Soviet Union and communism vibes, that's for sure. That last stream before you was goofy. I don't know when, well, I guess sometimes I'm different. When was the last time did you fight? I did my last, I wouldn't say even fight, my last sparring. Heavy one though. That was around 2 years ago. It's one thing that I'm looking into gradually step into. I've been in Antarctica, never, but I would love to. Do you take questions about politics? Even if you ask me about politics, I'm not going to give you, subjecting, opinionated answer because it doesn't matter. Subjective perspective of it is emotional. It depends where. Let's say if you ask about Russia, Georgia thing, I definitely have a certain opinion about it. But it doesn't really matter. They're more like a general observation, and this is how I usually respond to the political questions, that there's certain things that happen for that reason because someone makes money out of it, land, natural sources, and it's the whole manipulated game to benefit things. And it comes from a little bit from the human nature to the tendencies of the hierarchical structure, all that kind of stuff, and yeah, just essentially lays on a certain foundation to me. So whatever you would ask, I just don't want to talk much about politics at this point. You have abdominal muscles. Everyone has abdominal muscles. Which country are you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. Show us. Actually, let me look into it on the good lightings because, like, it's like I'm not shredded yet. If you look a little bit on the ribs and again, depends on the lighting. My upper abs are sometimes visible. So I have a quite strong stomach core. I don't complain about it, but it depends. Like it really becomes visible when I'm at my lower fat percentage. So when I go down to 52, 51, for example, I'm probably gonna look more shredded. I asked you, your eyes are always smile. Are they from your mom? My eyes, I think I actually look more like my dad, but like he has curly hair, he's dark, but like feature-wise, I think I'm more resembling my dad. But it depends. Some people think that I look like my mom, and I have a chill eyes. Even now, sometimes they look tired and smiling. I don't know. Yeah, I think I smile with my eyes quite a lot. Do you fight? Looking forward to, but in the boxing. Do you know what Rampage Jackson's son did? Well, that's the thing. Like someone mentioned it, and I don't really know. I'll look it up, or you can tell me in the comments. But let me just switch to the microphone again because the phone is charged. And I think. Okay, let me know if it sounds well. Hello to everyone. Are all Georgian women so beautiful? Pretty much. I think Georgian women are quite beautiful. I'm from Georgia, country, Sakartvelo. When the next time will we fight again? Hopefully to be able to fight and do my pro boxing debut within the next few months. Like 5 to 6 months. Let's just take it a little longer stretch. And where we can see it. Well, I'm definitely going to do my best to rather upload it on my YouTube, so you're going to be able to watch it, or live stream, or do both. But yeah, pretty much I'm definitely going to share that with you. I'm not going to miss that opportunity. Do you know Mirab? I don't know him personally, I never met him personally, but we have common friends. Great physique, congratulations. Just trying. I'm from Russia. No, I'm from Georgia. Was all the noise on the background. Vietnamese talking, but that's why I switched to the mic, so that should be better. Georgia is a conservative country. It's quite conservative Christian country, but like especially Tbilisi and Batumi and like bigger cities, they're quite open-minded. It depends which community you are in and what you do, but generally I would say that Georgia is conservative and it has its own positive sides and negative sides too. Why do you do this lives? I'm growing my channel. It's like a part of the big plan. Where is Georgia? It's in the Caucasus region. If you know where is Dagestan, you know where is Turkey or Black Sea, like Georgia is around that area. Hope you visit Algeria once. One day, you never know where the traveling gets you. There's surprisingly so many people want to knock me out. I didn't say anything mean about your mom. It's so beautiful to be a fighter. I think there's some more beautiful women in fighting than I am. There's some. Not many, but there's some. I've seen some kickboxers. One of the prettiest ones I've seen is Rosna Majunas from UFC, you know her. And this girl who's not in the UFC yet, but she's she seems to be a great fighter and like an upcoming superstar. Dakota Dicheva. She's like a model, beautiful, like really.
but she's a great fighter too. I think that's quite attractive. It's 4 a.m. in Georgia, U.S. I'm from Georgia, the country, so it's supposed to be an early afternoon. And here in Saigon, it is, I'll tell you, it's 3:16 p.m. Hey, I just subscribed. I love your channel. I appreciate you, Eddie. Thank you very much. Do the Caucasus region have the same language? No. Georgia and Armenia has completely different languages, and even they don't understand each other. Like people, like when it comes to Georgia, there is the Georgian group of languages. Within the Georgia, there are Svanetian and the Megrelian, and we don't understand. Like I don't understand Megrelian because it's like just completely different. It's not even a dialect; it's a completely different language. And then you have general Georgian that everyone speaks that Georgian language, and that's it. So Georgian is quite a unique language. Do we need visa? Well, for Vietnam, for sure. For Georgia, I think Georgia is quite accessible for pretty much. We don't need like a visa. I think it's like on entry, and it's just you can stay for a year, and then you just need to go outside the country and re-enter it again, and then you can do it again. So a lot of foreigners, at least from the West, live that way in Georgia. What's your name? My name is Diana. The man who, Joseph says, the men who want to knock you out need to fight your husband. Well, that's the funniest thing because, well, obviously my husband is the big, man who is capable of being dangerous. But like genuinely for the last 2 months he has such good progress as a boxer, and he also does, like I taught him how to do some low kicks, so he's like right low kick is very damaging, like very heavy. I'm not able to hold pad for his low kicks, but I hold pad for his boxing, and his boxing became very, very good, like it's for the few months. So if that would happen, I would be the one in the corner giving him like its pointers, like, oh, do this, do that. So I'm quite proud of it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you gotta find my husband. And not only my husband, I have so many friends who are, MMA fighters. It's like in the community, one call and they're there. This is how it works in Georgia. So it's not what you can do, it's about who you know sometimes. Yeah. Who would you rather fight, Mike Tyson prime or Muhammad Ali prime? I would rather them two at their prime fight each other, and I would just watch the fight. You look like a swimmer because of my shoulders, but I'm not. I'm a boxer. Nobody in the chat can fight your husband. I mean, why fighting in the first place? I mean, sparring, okay, training together, okay, but why fighting? Let's stay positive, guys. It's about the sport. Here, it's not about measuring egos. It's about the sport. It's a profession. I'm a personal trainer, and I do most of my work online at this point, but also with traveling, I take some more clients sometimes, as like and training them offline. I did some karaoke hosting in the Red Buffalo Sports Bar in Chang for quite some time, few months when I was there. So I sometimes take, pardon me, I take some opportunities, do some other jobs too. But my main source of income is me working remotely as a personal trainer and basically working with the personal clients. Telling my kids this is Anne Frank. That's a weird one. Okay, because of the diaries. Okay, if it's that, then it's a good one. It's a good joke. Elias paving the way for the next generation Georgian fighters. Kudos to you and salute. I agree. Absolutely agree. I think Merab also has a huge contribution. Merab literally hosts Georgian guys in his place, and they let the new guy. I know personally. I train with him, and I have him in Facebook friends. Like we know each other. His name is Levan Choheli. He's a Bellator champion. I just don't remember which weight class. I think he signed up a contract with UFC, and now he's with Merab there. And well, I hope he also does good, because he's a good guy, good warrior, good fighter. But these two guys, Ilya and Merab, they actually they have a huge contribution in that. Can you show your fight? I will when I get back to it, okay? When I have the first... I'll show you sparring sessions as well. But when I have a first pro fight, I'm definitely going to share it here on YouTube. Show us some moves. Okay, I'm not sure which kind of moves you're talking about, but I can show you some boxing moves. So the things, for example, footwork that I'm working on is like, you're just like, like switching footwork like this, Okay. I hope those moves were good. Are you a journalist? No, I'm not. Do you play cricket? Never tried. But I know what is cricket. Fun fact, cricket is the biggest watched sport in the world. And I don't think that most, like Western people don't really watch it. But China and India, and those are like 3 billion people already, they really do. Are you a boxer? Yes, on my way to become a competitive one. Who is the pound for pound greatest boxer in the history? It's a tough question, but I remember one of the boxers, at least one of the boxers, he was actually still considered, and it's not Muhammad Ali, it's not even Tyson, though those two are legends. It was Sugar Ray Robinson. When I was watching that's very old, so some of his fights are not even like available, and some of his fights are like his very bad quality, like white and black records. He's also one of the boxers that unfortunately killed a man on the ring. It was this Californian guy. It's a sad story, just flat out. I think he's one of the boxers who is considered to be pound for pound the best in the world. But again, in boxing, all that kind of stuff is arguable, because then you have newer generation, you have Tyson, you have Muhammad Ali, you have Tyson, then you have Roberto Duran, you have then you have a lot of younger ones like Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones Jr. Then you have Pacquiao, and so there's a problem like Mayweather, and then it's hard to say, and older boxers tend to have bigger records. Like Duran had 100 and something wins, not fights, wins, and Robinson 200. I don't remember exactly, but the record was also massive. And they were fighting way more frequently than younger generations. So yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know if that was a good answer to the question, but that's so far the way I recall it. Tyson Prime between Khabib Prime in the boxing match? Of course Tyson. That's a little bit out of question though. Scott Thompson, I'm reading Anne Frank's diary. It's a brilliant book. Yeah, I have read it in the Georgian translation. And it is very sad, and it's like a young girl's... there's some speculation that it might be fake, but you know, there's always some conspiracies about pretty much everything. The book is so good. Like, those thoughts are quite brilliant for a young girl. It also shows that when adversity makes you grow up very fast as a child. What's your native city? Tbilisi, Georgia. Howdy, hi Kyla. Howdy, hi Diana. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing. I'm sorry that you missed the first part when I'm showing Saigon, so maybe you can rewatch the live stream in a little bit, like later from the beginning, and you will see a little bit of the Saigon. That's right. Very talented. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give us some from your culture that is not found in other cultures. It's a little bit vague question, but it's a good one. Let me think. Georgian. Okay, I'll just tell you what is Georgian prominent into winemaking. 8,000 types of grapes in that small land. Wine, one of the oldest winemaking cultures. Georgian dancing and Georgian singing, like choir singing. That's a cool fact. Actually, I can tell you the fact. I think they sent a Georgian song, Chakarulo. It's called Chakarulo. It's like a national song. And I think it was like it's a choir singing, was sent to the space. That's an interesting fact. Georgian language, I think, so there are many languages, but the alphabet, like a unique alphabet, so that alive ones, like not like Latin that is extincted, but like the used ones, they're like 14, they're few, you know, they're not that many. And one of them is Georgian alphabet. Like, that is nothing like anything else, and it's currently used. And Georgian language itself is also, like, there is no other Georgian, like there's nothing similar. It's not like, for example, Turkey and Azerbaijan, they can understand each other quite well. Like, you know, that's definitely not the thing with Georgian language. And it's the second, I think it's the second Christian country, like official Christian country. Yes, Christianity came from the Middle East, so basically from the Israel and that area. But like official, first country that officially became Christian was Armenia, and that kind of makes sense because it was Armenia's border with Georgia, so it was first destination for missionaries. And then one of the missionaries, which is Saint Nino, she was the one who turned their current king and his royal family and the entire country into like a Christians as an official language, obviously, as official religion in the 4th to 5th century. So I think it's quite, some facts about Georgia. You look like from Becky Lynch. I don't think so. I don't. But, well, who am I to argue with you guys? I think most of people mentioned Becky Lynch that we look alike. You are from which country? Georgia. Sakartvelo. I travel all the time, not work. I work remotely, and Chris also has a remote generated income, so that's what allows us to travel. I do personal training. I have a personal training in 30 minutes, so I have a time for the live stream for next 30 more minutes. Yeah, I'm keep scrolling up, go a little bit faster. What do you think about UFC White House card? Well, it's a money-making thing, and it's I guess it's interesting theme and can be entertaining, but not necessarily entertaining as like having like the best fights out there. It's just more bringing back certain figures and certain prominent figures in UFC, and getting people hyped on that. You're single? No, I'm married. Hi, Filipinos. No, that was a ridiculous question. Have baby cerebral palsy? Oh, okay, this is how behind I'm on the chat. Sorry, guys. It's like I responded to it like 10 minutes ago. Hi, Uzbekistan. Going to like a little bit faster through the chat. Hi, Night Rock. I can't seem to delete the bad messages. Let me. Okay, I'm gonna remove you as the standard moderator, and let me just. Okay, let me add as a moderator, and I can managing moderator. Okay, that should be better. Try it out. I also Night Rock. You Costa. I mean, I just don't remember how is your name in the. I think you're Costa, and just if you are, Costa is one of the guys who helped to figure out the Discord chat. And I'm sorry, I think I sent a message from. I tried to log into Discord from my phone. Didn't work at this point. Chris has the access to Discord, so I messaged from there. So if you responded to it, I might not have seen the message. But yeah, thank you for, again, one more time, for helping with the Discord. Habib is overrated. Islam is a way better fighter. Well, Habib is also a different generation, kind of like a previous generation. He was great at his point, but I believe that if he stayed longer in sport, I think his records, there was chances that his record would break. So objectively speaking, Islam has way more prominent, and it's getting way more prominent. Like once he breaks through 30, I think he's gonna be like over Khabib, above Khabib. What you're talking about all day long? Well, right now just live streaming for quite some time, and it's been already almost 4 hours. But well, I look at it as my job too. I try to grow my channel. Whenever I don't have much things to do, I use that opportunity to live stream for longer. Islam and Topuria are the best in the UFC at this moment. Well, you can say, again, Pantoja, Alexander Pantoja, he's a flyweight. The guy cleared off his division, and to me, Merab is also. I mean, speak whatever you want about his style. Maybe it's not as entertaining as Islam's and Ilya's style, but it's practical and it works. We have some fighters who are just extraordinary in everything, and there are some fighters that might not be like look-wise, they're not exactly there, but their strategy, their fighting works, and they just basically clean off the division and have create a great resume. Dricus du Plessis, the African wild dog or the African lion. I like the Dricus du Plessis. İse Shaktit, Kamachavagia. It's a fellow Georgian. Is Petr Yan the best ever to not win a championship? I feel like he came closer to winning the belt than Dustin. I mean, could be. I cannot exactly respond to that. I think Petr Yan is a super well-rounded fighter. Like he has to balance between ground and upper work and toughness and endurance. It's just sometimes it happens that you don't get there exactly. And I think that Dustin was interim champion for a very short amount of time. He that was I think Adesanya said regarding that people are laughing, oh, interim is not the championship. It's like, no, you hold it for some time, it still counts kind of thing. But your age, you can have these braces any age. You can have these braces pretty much any age, and I'm 25 years old. Is Georgia Batumi and Ardahan not the former Ottoman and Russia areas? Well, the Batumi, Ajara is definitely a Georgian land there, but the Soviet period, like a lot of things being, like the borders changed throughout history. There's so many lands. There's some lands Lazeti, it's like in its current Turkey, that belonged to Georgia historically for a long time. So borders always shift, and like argue about that is kind of pointless. If we ask the question in the right way, okay, was it a Georgian land at some point or opposite? That is more an accurate question, because if that happened at least once in the history for some period, you can say, yeah, at some point it was. So yeah, it's like not a former Ottoman. I'm not, no. Like, I mean, the entire country was Soviet Union area for quite a long period. Let me tell you, it's around 60, 70 years. I was in India last year together with my husband. We've been in Mumbai and Goa, Amritsar, Haridwar, Rishikesh, and Delhi. And it was an interesting trip. Have any advice for someone waiting to train to become pro in MMA? Okay, I'll just repeat what our friend, who is former MMA fighter, and he fights most of his record in China, but he has like 107 fights, and most of them are wins. So he was tough. His advice was, if you are amateur and you want to start doing pro, stamina. That's the first thing you should focus. Obviously, you at the same time you learn technique, you work on the pads, do sparring, all that kind of stuff. But stamina is something that you need to get on the point. That's going to help you to win fights, especially in the beginning where you meet someone closer to your level. You just need to out-endure them. From Georgia, that's why you're gorgeous. Thank you. Yeah, up, like and subscribe. Thank you. Would Usyk beat Prime Mike Tyson? I don't think so, and the reason is because Prime Mike Tyson wasn't just a good boxer; he was a boxer. The way how he used peekaboo style was one of the hardest ones to deal with, because like he didn't even have to use angles. He was literally like very efficiently like a Maitnik movement, and he was doing like a cross footwork. And he was just coming at you, and you would miss all the punches. He would like boom, boom, boom, come to you, and then just like knock you out flat. So I think Usyk, as much as he's one of the, maybe at this point he's like a top 10 heavyweights of all time, and I love Usyk, I think he would struggle with Tyson. I think he would. Boxing or boxing, which is harder? I mean, both in their own ways. It's not easy to get the elite level. Do you think UFC should have more sports like Muay Thai, kickboxing similar to ONE FC? I think that could be a good idea. Why not? What's your thoughts on Fatih Hernandez? Do you think he will become champion soon? Well, I'm not really familiar with his background, so before answering the question, I really need to look into him. Has anyone seen what the Rampage Jr. done to the pro wrestler? Okay, I haven't. A lot of people mentioned that. I haven't. I need to look into it. Tony Ferguson is champion in my eyes. I mean, Tony was very interesting, but he always had a tendency, I think he struggled with some issues with the mental health from the beginning, and now he has a clear sense of CTE. And so seeing his downfall, not only UFC in sport, but also in family, that's heartbreaking. I hope he gets some help. Enjoy your stream. Out. Have a good day, Fuzzy. Fyodor Emelianenko is a champ the UFC could secure. That's a fair point. And Fyodor Emelianenko, I think, is one of the all-time best heavyweight MMA fighters of all time. I like Anderson Silva. Anderson is the spider. Spider is great. Yeah, he definitely is. He's interesting. Yeah, Anderson Silva. It's okay. Do you remember how he broke his shin? That was the craziest thing I saw in the UFC. I think the craziest, on the octagon injury. It's like, that was crazy. Except for the next UFC event, Imamov versus Yao. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward into that one. Fyodor was managed by gangsters, that's why UFC couldn't take him. I mean, it's a Russia, baby. Again, Khabib, you can take his record, his wrestling, and say it's one of the best wrestlers in the MMA and UFC, but when it comes to the more diverse type of side, there's so many fighters that I can name that to me are better than Khabib. Your thoughts on Johnny Walker's performance last weekend? Haven't seen that one because I've been traveling quite a lot and just didn't take time yet. We'll look into it though. Made in Georgia and Romania. Georgia. I work on stamina already, but I will definitely step it up a level. Thanks. Yeah, really, the better stamina you have, you will see how much you will dominate. Do you do MMA professional? No, I'm just enthusiast. I like to watch MMA and just enjoy it as a sport. But I'm more proficient in the boxing. I trust you. I don't mean to give thump again to all, but you were the last. I didn't really understand. It's okay. By asking about the culture, I mean you were mentioning something that doesn't exist, isn't common in the other cultures. For example, we don't have mingling at weddings. We don't have a dating culture where I think, okay. I don't know. It's hard to say that. And the culture. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it more. As I said, there's certain things probably that they're specific in Georgia, rather cuisine or food, but it's still okay. Let me say one. Okay, language-wise, for example, there's okay. So you can structure a verb to basically say what you would in other language you would say in 3 words. You can say in 1 word in Georgia. And for example, eating is chama, just like a basic form. I ate in the past. I would say me shev chame or just shev. But there is the form of the word, and you can take it do that to every verb. and you can say that I ate something and I really liked it so much that I like just unintentionally kept eating, and when I realized that it's over, like I kind of I already ate all of it, something like that. I would say Shema mechama. Shema mechama. As you would say, let's say your sibling comes and says, "Oh, like why did you eat all of it? Like I saved it for myself," and it's like Shema mechama. Like I couldn't stop myself. Like it just happened. Same you can say, again, some words it wouldn't make sense that much, but you would say about beating someone, like, speaking of like UFC fighting and MMA fighting, for example, like you beat up someone else and like someone comes in and it's like, what's happened to him? Like, what did you do? And it's like, it's like, oh, I don't know, I just like kind of went too far into it, and just like when I realized that it was too much, I kind of like couldn't stop. So I don't know, was it a good enough fact? I think that's one that I don't think there are in many languages, at least. Okay, I keep scrolling up, guys, okay? Hello. Hi for new people, and again, it's already been more than 4 hours live streaming, and guys, I literally have 13 minutes more, so I'll do basically a few more minutes, and I gotta go and do some work and do some other stuff. But it's cool to see that this live stream somehow didn't drop in the views that much. So it's like balancing, and it actually peaked after 2 hours. So I don't know, is it algorithm doing something, or just, I don't know, people engaging, and thanks to you guys if you're engaging and saying something in the chat, that's pretty highly appreciated. But yeah, this live stream is doing a little bit different than usually. What is common is that it peaks in the beginning and it just holds it a little bit, and then it might fluctuate a little bit, and then at some point it drops significantly. But so far, after 4 hours, that didn't happen yet. Hi for two new guys. How is Saigon? It's cool. It's interesting, very vibrant. For Vietnamese people, it's like a city of opportunities and money making, and a lot of younger people love it. Also partying and all that kind of stuff. Considering that I don't drink alcohol, like partying for me is like just hanging out, and usually even there I really want to go to bed at some point, like it's when it's too late and like cannot really function well when I want to sleep. So I'm almost like a child when it comes partying culture, but it's still nice to go out and meet some people and I don't know, grab some mocktail or drink something non-alcoholic and just hang out with people. What do you talk about? Who knows what we talked about here today? Like talk about everything and trying to respond to questions at this point. Biceps flex, please. Never say no to that. Yeah. My shoulder is actually bigger than the biceps. My front delt is more prominent. But it can be deceptive. I'm way stronger than I seem comparing to my body weight, and because I do pretty much all my resistance training is strength focused, meaning I don't do much hypertrophy training, growing my muscles, but I do strength training my neural system to lift stronger, lift my body weight, like do pull-ups and stuff like that. And it's nice, you don't grow that much, but your strength grows. It works quite well for women, I think. Hello, Redhead, where are you from? I'm from Georgia, the country. It's from Tbilisi specifically. What is your diet? Oh, that's a good question. Pretty much well-balanced diet from as much as non-processed food as possible. high protein, high fiber, healthy fats, probiotics, moderate amount of carbs, and trying to have it rich in micronutrients like minerals and vitamins. Getting some supplements. I had taken some supplements like essential like multivitamin just to wrap the numbers up, omega-3, magnesium, creatine. I started taking L-theanine and cordyceps mushrooms that just helps your cardiovascular endurance, basically, just train it better and just clears your airways and stuff like that. But that's pretty much it. You're so nice. Thank you. Your accent is a little different. Yes, it is. It's just a mix of whatever. I learned a lot from American language, English, and British English came in, and some Australian English, and then just generic European and Eastern European English, and that's also my third language. So definitely my Georgian and Russian accents have a big impact on it, and I cover it as much as possible because I could talk like this if I didn't try, and. I don't know. It's like a funny mimicking like a funny Russian, Balkan, Middle East, not Middle East, and Eastern European accent, and no, it starts like a razor hurting my ears when I do that. So it's like a combination of some stuff. Do you do Muay Thai? No, I don't do Muay Thai at this point. I tried it? Yes, I did. Have you been in Georgia in 2012? I've been in Georgia pretty much of my entire life till 2022. And it depends. I mean, obviously, it's like a small country and infrastructure is smaller. Like it definitely is. It's not like Dubai, Kuwaiti, like Southeast Asian malls, for sure. How do you hand out without alcohol? I don't know what hand out means, but meaning, okay, how do I communicate with people? Easy. I'm quite social if I want to. So there are two things. I realized that I don't like alcohol taste, and I just refuse to get used to it just to, be able to drink with people. So I just gave up on it. And another thing is I also realized that I don't really need it as the social enhancement. So, yeah. Do you like Manny Pacquiao? I love Manny Pacquiao. He's one of my all-time favorite boxers. What can you suggest from the lung detox? I don't know, some breathing exercises. Wim Hof. Try to go to the area in the nature, in the mountains, where the air is cleaner. And definitely exercising, just a regular, any type of exercising. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Again, cordyceps, like some lung supplements, like that helps to your lung function. It can help, but yeah, that's pretty much it. He's talking the Georgian accent. That's a little bit tricky. I know how to do Russian accent, but Georgian accent. What are you doing? How you do? Like I think that this is how like, you need to make it like a little bit like this. This is how it would sound, like a Georgian accenty. Like this is how it would sound. I don't know if any Georgians watching me. Please tell me if it sounds about right. Since we're answering about your language, and again, because a lot of cultures, especially if the country is not that isolated, geopolitically there are other, especially if it's been invaded by other countries, like there's so many mixes. Like I say that Georgian is quite a unique language, but at the same time, there are so many words that are common with Persian language, Iranian language, like panjara, khurda, parda, it's like the same words. Panjara is window, parda is the curtains, hurda is the coins, like like coins. So I think there is a mix of with the other countries in the region, but yeah, that last thing that I mentioned about language, I think that it was quite a unique thing. I wonder if you will pick up a twang if you'll eventually come to Texas. I don't feel like I have an accent, but people from elsewhere say otherwise. LOL. I don't know. Texan. I definitely can recognize Texan accents. It's like howdy, like da da da, like something like that. You know, like and one of like. I'm just a simple girl, you know, like something like that. That's how Texan. It might be a horrible impersonation, but that's how it sounds. This is how Texans, like some country accent, sounds to me from Texas, like literally talking like this, like first renals, and like doing like a intonational roller coaster. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just genuinely, this is how the Texans accent sounds to me. You're Georgian, yes. You kind of look like Ygritte from God. Yeah, I've been told that sometimes. But yeah, I'm gonna just wait for the accent confirmation from Kayla, because I want to know. But then I'm gonna have to go, guys. What shoes with the outfit? Hiking shoes, just a simple hiking shoes. Oh, my husband is here. How are you? I thought Latvian. No, I'm not Latvian, I'm Georgian. I have some Slavic roots though, definitely. So, yeah, I look a little bit like... I have some Slavic look to my face, a little bit. How are you? I'm doing well. Ronnie, I hope you're doing well too. How are you doing? May I know your name? My name is Diana. Hello, lucky dude. Yeah. He's also lucky because he can sleep whenever, like because whatever, all his incomes are set up the way he doesn't have to, you know, be at the job at a certain time. And I think that's good. So he definitely can sleep through. Sorry. How tall are you, Diana? How short are you may ask. 161 centimeters or 5.2 feet. Where are you from, Diana? I'm from Georgia, the country. From Sakartvelo. Yes, I train too. You can look into my channel and see it yourself. What's your name, please? Diana. I think I said it quite a lot of times today. But guys, I actually have to literally wrap up this live stream right now because you're a college student. No, I'm not. I don't have a college education. So basically, I have to wrap it up. Thank you very much for engaging in the live stream. It was quite a long one, but yeah, thank you for being with me on the entire walk and through the Saigon streets and here in this cafe talking to me. I appreciate you guys. You're very nice. And I'm from Georgia. One more time. I love your accents. Thank you. Pleasure watching you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Larry. And everyone, guys. So have a good nice day or night or afternoon, depending where you're from. And I'll see you in the next live stream. I hope to be able to live stream from here more, a couple more times. And then the new chapter is beginning, so a lot of action will happen in Kuwait, in the Kuwait city specifically. Okay, so have a good day and good night and take care. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.